The odometer on my dashboard clicked over to 77,777 miles exactly as the streetlights vanished. I did not panic at first because the stretch of Interstate 44 was known for its poor maintenance and flickering bulbs. I gripped the steering wheel and waited for the next pool of yellow light to wash over my hood, but it never came. There was only the hum of the tires against the asphalt and the low vibration of the engine. I checked my rearview mirror and saw nothing but a wall of absolute blackness. It was as if the road behind me had been erased the moment I passed over it. I reached out and toggled my high beams, but the light did not travel as far as it should have. The beams seemed to hit a thick curtain of fog, or perhaps something more solid only 20 feet ahead of the bumper. I looked at the clock on the dashboard. It was 2:17 in the morning. I had been driving for 3 hours since I left the gas station in Oak Haven, and I should have reached the city limits of Clear Creek 40 minutes ago. I adjusted my seat and leaned forward trying to catch a glimpse of a road sign or a mile marker. The air inside the car suddenly turned cold enough that I could see my breath blooming in the dim glow of the instrument panel. I turned the heater dial to its maximum setting, but only a thin whistle of freezing air came out of the vents. That was when I heard it for the first time. It was a rhythmic thumping sound coming from beneath the floorboards. Thump, thump, thump. It sounded like a heartbeat or perhaps a heavy boot hitting the ground at a steady pace. I slowed the car down to 30 miles per hour and the thumping slowed down too. I sped up to 60 and the rhythm accelerated. Whatever was making that noise was tied to the movement of my wheels. I decided to pull over. I steered the car toward the right shoulder, expecting to feel the crunch of gravel or the dip of a ditch. Instead, the tires continued to roll over perfectly smooth asphalt. I turned the wheel further, but the car did not move toward the edge. I looked out the side window and realized there was no shoulder. There was no grass and no guardrail. There was only the white line of the lane marker, and then a void so deep it felt like the car was floating on a bridge over nothingness. I slammed on the brakes. My body jerked forward against the seatbelt as the car skidded to a violent halt. The silence that followed was heavy and physical. It pressed against my eardrums like water at the bottom of a lake. I sat there for 5 minutes holding my breath and waiting for my heart to stop racing. I reached for the door handle to step out and check the tires, but my hand froze. In the glow of the taillights, I saw something standing in the middle of the road about 50 feet behind me. It was a tall, thin shape that did not move. It looked like a person, but the proportions were wrong. The arms were too long and the head was tilted at an angle that would have snapped a human neck. It was not walking toward me. It was just standing there as if it had been waiting for me to stop. I did not wait to see if it would move. I shifted the car into drive and floored the gas pedal. The engine roared, but the car felt sluggish as if it were pulling a heavy weight. I looked at the speedometer. 20 miles per hour, 30, 40. I kept my eyes fixed on the rearview mirror. The figure did not chase me. It simply faded back into the blackness as I drove away. I told myself that it was a trick of the light or a hallucination brought on by exhaustion. I needed to find a place to turn around. I needed to find a way back to the world where things made sense. I drove for another 10 miles according to the trip meter, but the scenery did not change. It was the same flat stretch of road and the same oppressive darkness. Then I saw a sign. It was a green highway sign with white lettering. It said Clear Creek 5 miles. Relief flooded through me. I was close. I would be home soon. I pushed the car faster and counted the minutes. 5 minutes passed, then 10. I should have seen the lights of the city by now. Instead, I saw another sign. It was the exact same sign, Clear Creek 5 miles. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. I checked the trip meter again. I had traveled exactly 5 miles since the last sign. This was not possible. I kept driving and watched the odometer closely. 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles, 4 miles, 5 miles. There it was again. The green sign stood on the right side of the road, Clear Creek 5 miles. I stopped the car right in front of the sign this time. I left the engine running and stepped out of the vehicle. The air was dead. There was no wind and no sound of insects. I walked up to the sign and touched the metal. It was cold and real. I looked down at the ground and saw a small piece of blue plastic lying in the dirt at the base of the sign. I picked it up and realized it was the cap to my favorite water bottle. I had dropped it at the gas station back in Oakhaven 3 hours ago. I dropped the plastic cap and backed away toward the car. How could something from Oakhaven be here on the road to Clear Creek? I looked back at the sign and noticed something I had missed before. Below the words Clear Creek 5 miles, there was a small line of text written in black marker. It said you're not going the right way. I did not remember seeing that before. I got back into the car and locked the doors. My hands were shaking so badly I could hardly grip the key. I decided to do the only thing that made sense. I would turn the car around and drive back the way I came. If I could not reach Clear Creek, I would go back to Oakhaven. I executed a wide U-turn across the empty lanes. The car felt lighter now and the engine sounded smoother. I headed back into the darkness, expecting to see the landmarks I had passed. I waited for the tall, thin figure to appear in my headlights, but the road remained empty. I drove for 20 minutes at a high speed. I watched the odometer, 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles. I should have been halfway back to Oakhaven. Suddenly, the headlights caught a flash of green. I slowed down and my heart sank into my stomach. It was the sign, Clear Creek 5 miles. I had turned the car around and driven in the opposite direction for 20 miles only to end up at the exact same spot. I put the car in park and leaned my forehead against the steering wheel. I wanted to scream, but my throat felt tight and dry. I was trapped on a loop of road that had no beginning and no end. I looked at the dashboard clock, 2:17 in the morning. I stared at the numbers. I waited for them to change to 2:18. I watched the seconds pass in my head, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I counted all the way to 60. The clock stayed at 2:17. Time had stopped moving at the same moment the lights went out. I looked out the driver's side window and jumped. There was a face pressed against the glass. It was not the tall, thin figure from before. It was a man with gray hair and eyes that looked like they were made of cloudy glass. He was tapping on the window with a long, pale finger. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was the same as the thumping I had heard under the floorboards earlier. I scrambled toward the passenger seat and reached for the gear shift, but the man did not try to open the door. He just stood there tapping. He looked tired. He looked like he had been walking for 100 years. I rolled the window down just an inch because I was desperate for information. "Who are you?" I asked. My voice sounded thin and weak in the silent air. The man stopped tapping and leaned closer to the gap in the window. He smelled like old paper and cold earth. He did not answer my question. Instead, he pointed down the road into the darkness. He said the road does not like it when you stop. It wants you to keep moving. If you stay still, it starts to notice you. I asked him where the road went. I asked him how to get to Clear Creek. The man let out a soft, wheezing laugh that sounded like dry leaves skittering across pavement. "There is no Clear Creek," he whispered. "There is only the road. It forgot where it was supposed to end a long time ago. Now it just grows. It stretches out and loops back and eats the world around it. You should not have taken the exit." "What exit?" I shouted. "I did not take an exit. I stayed on the highway." The man shook his head and stepped back from the car. He began to fade into the shadows even though he was standing right next to the door. "Look at your feet," he said. Then he was gone. I looked down at the floor mat of the car. It was covered in thick, wet mud. I looked at my shoes and saw that they were caked in the same dark sludge. My heart hammered against my ribs as I realized I was not wearing the shoes I had put on this morning. I was wearing heavy leather boots that were worn down to the soles. They were the boots of a man who had been walking for miles. I looked at the passenger seat and saw a backpack I did not recognize. It was old and stained with salt. I opened it with trembling fingers. Inside, there were dozens of maps. I pulled one out and unfolded it. It was a map of the state, but the lines were all wrong. The highways did not lead to cities. They all curved inward toward a single point in the center of the page. In the middle of the map, where the capital city should have been, there was only a black circle with no name. I threw the map onto the floor and gripped the steering wheel again. I had to keep moving. The man said the road noticed you if you stayed still. I shifted into drive and accelerated. I did not look at the sign as I passed it. I did not look at the odometer. I kept my eyes on the small circle of light provided by my high beams. The thumping sound returned almost immediately. Thump, thump, thump. It was louder now. It felt like something was hitting the underside of the car with a hammer. I turned on the radio to drown out the noise. I turned the dial through every station, but there was no music and no news. There was only static. I was about to turn it off when a voice emerged from the white noise. It was a woman's voice, and she sounded like she was crying. She was repeating a series of numbers over and over again. 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42. I did not know what the numbers meant, but they felt important. I memorized them as I drove. The static grew louder and the voice began to distort until it sounded like a mechanical scream. I snapped the radio off and the silence returned. I realized then that the temperature was dropping even further. Frost was beginning to form on the inside of the windshield. I scraped at it with my fingernails, but it grew back faster than I could clear it. The road began to change. The smooth asphalt became cracked and uneven. Large potholes appeared out of the darkness, and I had to swerve to avoid them. The white lines on the road began to wiggle and curve like snakes. I saw things on the side of the road now, not people but objects. A rusted bicycle with no wheels, a pile of old suitcases bursting at the seams, a telephone pole that was bent at a 45-degree angle. None of these things belonged on a major interstate. I was driving through a graveyard of things that had been lost. I saw a light ahead. It was not a street light or a city glow. It was a single flickering neon sign. As I got closer, I could read the words, "Last Chance Diner." It was a small chrome building sitting in the middle of the blackness. There were no other cars in the parking lot and no lights on inside except for the neon sign. I did not want to stop, but the engine of my car began to sputter. The fuel gauge, which had been full only an hour ago, was now pointing to empty. The car gave one final shudder and died right at the entrance to the diner parking lot. I sat in the dark car and listened to the metal cool. The thumping sound had stopped. The silence was back, and it felt even more dangerous than before. I looked at the diner. The neon sign buzzed and flickered, casting a sickly pink light over the pavement. I had no choice. I could not stay in the car, and I could not walk into the void. I opened the door and stepped out. The ground felt soft and spongy under my boots. I walked toward the diner door and reached for the handle. Before I could touch it, the door swung open on its own. A bell chimed above the frame. It was a cheerful sound that felt completely out of place. I stepped inside and the smell of fried bacon and coffee hit me. It was so normal that I almost started to cry. The diner was empty except for a waitress standing behind the counter. She was wiping a glass with a white cloth. She did not look up when I entered. "Sit anywhere you like, honey," she said. Her voice was flat and tired. I sat down on a stool at the counter. My legs felt like lead. "I need a phone," I said. "My car broke down and I am lost. I am trying to get to Clear Creek." The waitress stopped wiping the glass. She looked at me and I saw that she had the same cloudy glass eyes as the man on the road. She set the glass down and leaned over the counter. "You are the third one tonight," she said. "The first two did not make it past the sign." "What sign?" I asked. "The one that tells you how far it is to the end," she replied. She poured a cup of coffee and pushed it toward me. The liquid was black and thick like oil. "You cannot use a phone here. The wires do not go anywhere. They just loop back into the walls. This diner is not in Clear Creek and it is not in Oak Haven. It is just a place the road decided to keep." I took a sip of the coffee and it burned my throat. I felt a strange sensation in my chest, as if my heart were slowing down to match the rhythm of the road. I asked her how long she had been here. She looked at the clock on the wall. It was 2:17. I have been here since the diner opened, she said, and it has always been 2:17. I looked at the backpack I had brought in with me. I did not remember picking it up from the car, but there it was sitting on the stool next to me. I opened it and pulled out the map. I showed it to the waitress. "Does this show the way out?" I asked. She glanced at the map and then at me. "There is no out," she said. "There is only further. If you want to keep your soul, you have to keep driving. But your car is dead and the road is starting to notice you." I heard a sound outside. It was the sound of a car door closing. I looked through the window and saw my car. The headlights were on again. Someone was sitting in the driver's seat. I could see the silhouette of a head and shoulders. The person in the car turned to look at the diner. Even through the glass and the darkness, I recognized the face. It was me. The version of me in the car looked terrified. He shifted the car into gear and began to drive away. I ran to the door and screamed for him to stop, but he did not hear me. I watched my own car disappear into the blackness, leaving me behind at the diner. I turned back to the waitress, but she was gone. The diner was dark now, and the smell of coffee had turned into the smell of rot. The neon sign outside flickered one last time and died. I was standing in the dark alone. Then I felt a hand on my shoulder. A voice whispered in my ear, "It is your turn to walk now." I turned around and saw the tall, thin figure standing right behind me, holding a pair of heavy leather boots. I looked down at my feet. I was barefoot and the floor of the diner was turning into cold, wet asphalt. I took the boots from the figure because I knew I had no other choice. I put them on and tied the laces tight. I walked out of the diner and back onto the road. I did not know which way was north or south. I just started walking. After a few minutes, I saw a green sign in the distance. I walked toward it, hoping it would say something different. As I got closer, the white letters came into focus. It said Clear Creek 5 miles. Underneath in black marker, someone had written a new message. It said, "You are almost there." I looked at the ground and saw a small blue plastic water bottle cap. I picked it up and put it in my pocket. I kept walking. The thumping sound started again, but this time it was coming from my own chest. Each step I took felt like it was being recorded by the road. I was no longer a traveler. I was part of the map. The weight of the leather boots felt immense, as if they were made of lead and iron rather than hide and thread. Every step I took resonated through the soles of my feet and traveled up my spine like a low-frequency vibration. The road beneath me was no longer just a surface for travel. It felt alive and hungry. The asphalt seemed to yield slightly under my weight, only to firm up again the moment I lifted my heel. I walked for what felt like hours, but the green sign stayed exactly the same distance away. It mocked me with its promise of 5 miles. 5 miles was a distance I could cover on foot in an hour under normal circumstances, but here the concept of distance was a lie told by a dying world. I stopped to catch my breath, and the silence rushed in to fill the void left by my footsteps. I reached into my pocket and felt the small blue plastic cap. It was the only thing I possessed that belonged to the world I remembered. I pulled it out and looked at it. In the dim gray light that seemed to emanate from the road itself, the plastic looked dull and brittle. I squeezed it tightly in my palm until the edges dug into my skin. I needed the pain to remind me that I was still a physical being. The man at the diner had said the road would notice me if I stayed still, so I forced my legs to move again. The air began to smell of ozone and wet wool. A thick fog started to roll in from the edges of the void. It did not move like normal fog. It did not drift or swirl. It advanced in a solid wall of white, obscuring the white lines of the highway and the dark horizon. Soon I could only see 3 feet in front of me. I kept my hand on the cold metal guardrail that had suddenly appeared to my right. It was rusted and jagged, but it was a guide. I followed the curve of the rail for a long time until my glove was stained with orange flakes of oxidation. I heard a sound in the fog. It was not the thumping of a heart or the tapping of a finger. It was the sound of many voices whispering at once. They were not speaking to me, but rather to each other. They sounded like a crowd at a funeral or a congregation in a hollow church. I slowed my pace and leaned toward the sound. I could make out fragments of sentences. Turn at the oak. The bridge is out. Do not look at the moon. The voices were layered and overlapping, creating a tapestry of warnings that made no sense. I tripped over something hard and fell forward. My hands hit the pavement and I felt a sharp sting as the skin on my palms tore. I scrambled to my feet and looked down at what had caused me to stumble. It was a suitcase. It was identical to the ones I had seen earlier bursting at the seams. This one was open. Inside were hundreds of photographs. I picked one up and wiped away the moisture. The image was of a family standing in front of a house. Their faces were blurred as if someone had rubbed a thumb across the wet ink before it could dry. I picked up another. It was a picture of a dog in a backyard. Its face was also a smear of gray and white. Every single photograph in the suitcase was a memory with the identity stripped away. I realized with a jolt of terror that I could not remember the face of my own mother. I tried to conjure her image in my mind, but all I saw was a blank oval of pale skin. I tried to remember the name of the street where I grew up, but the words felt like sand slipping through my fingers. The road was not just eating the physical world. It was eating the history of the people who traveled it. I dropped the photograph and ran. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs buckled. I did not care about the fog or the voices. I only cared about keeping the few memories I had left. I saw a shape emerge from the white mist. It was a telephone pole, but it was draped in something long and flowing. As I got closer, I saw that hundreds of neckties were nailed to the wood. They were of every color and pattern imaginable. Some were silk and some were polyester. They fluttered in a wind I could not feel. Beneath the ties, there was a small wooden box mounted to the pole. It looked like a birdhouse, but there was no hole for a bird. Instead, there was a small brass slot with the word mail etched above it. I felt an overwhelming urge to reach into my pocket and take out the blue water bottle cap. I did not know why, but I knew I had to leave it there. I dropped the plastic cap into the brass slot. I heard it clink against the bottom of the box. Immediately, the fog began to lift. The white wall retreated into the darkness, revealing a new stretch of road. This part of the highway was different. It was lined with tall, dead trees that leaned over the pavement like ribbed bones. Their branches were white and hairless. I walked between the trees and noticed that things were hanging from the branches. They were shoes. Thousands of pairs of shoes were tied together by their laces and tossed over the limbs. There were sneakers and high heels and work boots and tiny velvet slippers for children. They swayed back and forth in a rhythmic motion that matched the thumping in my chest. I looked down at my own heavy leather boots and wondered who had worn them before me. I wondered if they were hanging from a tree further down the road, or if they had simply vanished into the black circle at the center of the map. The road began to incline. I was walking up a steep hill that seemed to go on forever. The higher I went, the thinner the air became. I felt lightheaded and dizzy. I looked back over my shoulder and saw that the road behind me was gone. There was only a shimmering haze where the pavement should have been. There was no going back. There was only the climb. At the top of the hill, I found a small stone building. It looked like an old toll booth, but there was no gate and no highway beyond it. The road simply stopped at the edge of a cliff. I walked to the edge and looked down. I expected to see a valley or a river or even the void. Instead, I saw the road again. It was thousands of feet below me, curving and looping like a giant gray snake. I could see the diner from up here. It looked like a tiny glowing spark in the dark. I could see the green sign. I could see the car I had been driving. It was still moving. It was a small set of red taillights crawling along the asphalt. I realized then that the man at the diner was right. The road was a loop, but it was a vertical one as well as a horizontal one. I was looking at a different version of my own journey. I saw the car pull over at the sign. I saw a tiny figure step out. I saw the figure touch the sign and then back away. I wanted to scream a warning, but the distance was too great. I watched as the figure got back into the car and drove away only to reappear a few minutes later at the same spot. I turned away from the cliff and looked at the toll booth. A man was sitting inside. He was wearing a blue uniform that was dusty and faded. He was reading a newspaper, but the pages were blank. He did not look up when I approached. "I need to get to the center," I said. My voice was a rasp. I showed him the map I had taken from the backpack. I pointed to the black circle where the capital should be. The toll collector finally looked at me. His eyes were not cloudy glass. They were missing entirely. There were only dark, hollow sockets where his eyes should have been. He reached out a hand and rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. "You have to pay the toll," he said. His voice sounded like two stones grinding together. "I do not have any money," I said. I checked my pockets, but they were empty. I had given away the water bottle cap and I had nothing else. The man shook his head. "We do not take money here. We take weight. You are carrying too much. You cannot pass until you lighten the load." I looked at the backpack. I took it off and handed it to him. He took it and set it on a scale inside the booth. The needle on the scale spun wildly but did not settle on a number. "Still too heavy," he said. I took off my jacket and handed it to him. "Still too heavy." I looked at the heavy leather boots. I sat down on the cold stone ground and unlaced them. My feet were bruised and bleeding, but I pulled the boots off and pushed them through the window of the toll booth. The man placed the boots on the scale. The needle slowed down. It hovered near the 0 mark, but did not quite reach it. "Almost there," he whispered. "One more thing." "What else do I have?" I asked. I was standing in my socks on the edge of a cliff in the middle of a nightmare. I had nothing left but my clothes and my name. The man pointed to my chest. "You are still carrying the rhythm. You have to leave the heartbeat behind. The road does not like the sound of a living heart. It reminds the road of what it used to be." I backed away from the booth. "I cannot give you my heart," I said. "I would die." The man laughed, and it was a hollow sound that echoed off the dead trees. "You think you are still alive? Look at the road again." I walked back to the edge of the cliff and looked down at the tiny red taillights of my car. The car had stopped. The figure had stepped out and was talking to a man with gray hair and cloudy eyes. I watched as the figure rolled down the window an inch. I watched as the gray-haired man pointed down the road. I realized with a cold clarity that I was the man with the gray hair. I was the one tapping on the glass. I was the one telling the traveler to keep moving. I looked at my hands and saw that they were wrinkled and pale. I reached up and touched my face. My skin felt like old parchment. I was not the person in the car. I was the ghost that the person in the car was destined to become. The toll collector stood up and stepped out of the booth. He was much taller than he had appeared while sitting. He loomed over me, his empty sockets staring into my soul. "You have been walking for a long time," he said. "It is time to let someone else take the lead." He reached out and touched my chest with a cold finger. The thumping stopped. The vibration that had been with me since I first heard the noise under the floorboards vanished. I felt a sudden lightness as if I were made of smoke. The pain in my feet disappeared. The exhaustion that had been crushing my bones evaporated. The man handed me a white cloth and a glass. "Go back down to the diner," he said. "The coffee is getting cold and the next traveler is almost at the exit." I took the cloth and the glass. I felt a strange sense of peace. I was no longer afraid of the dark or the loop. I was the loop. I turned away from the cliff and began to walk back down the hill. The The road felt smooth under my feet even though I was no longer wearing boots. The fog did not bother me anymore because I was part of the fog. As I walked, I saw the green sign again, Clear Creek 5 miles. I stopped and picked up a black marker that was lying in the dirt. I crossed out the words, "You are almost there." I wrote a new message in its place. I wrote, "Welcome home." I reached the diner just as the neon sign began to flicker. I went inside and stood behind the counter. I began to wipe the glass with the white cloth. I looked at the clock on the wall. It was 2:17 in the morning. I waited. I knew the sound that was coming. A few minutes later, I heard the roar of an engine. A car pulled into the parking lot and skidded to a halt. The headlights cut through the darkness, casting long shadows across the floor of the diner. The engine sputtered and died. The silence followed, heavy and physical. I did not look up. I kept wiping the glass. I heard the car door open and then the sound of footsteps on the spongy ground. The bell above the door chimed. It was a cheerful sound. A man stepped inside. He looked terrified. His clothes were wrinkled and his eyes were wide with shock. He looked at me and his voice trembled. "I need a phone," he said. "My car broke down and I am lost. I am trying to get to Clear Creek." I stopped wiping the glass and looked at him. I saw the reflection of my own cloudy glass eyes in the surface of the cup. I saw the way he flinched when he saw me. "Sit anywhere you like, honey," I said. My voice was flat and tired. I poured a cup of black thick coffee and pushed it toward him. He took a sip and I saw the moment the road began to notice him. I saw the way his heart rate slowed to match the rhythm of the floorboards. I saw the heavy leather boots appear on his feet, replacing the shoes he had been wearing. "Where does this road go?" he asked. I looked at the clock. It was still 2:17. "There is no road," I told him. "There is only the walking." He stayed for a while, talking about a world of sunshine and grass and people with names. I listened, but the words felt like a language I had forgotten 1,000 years ago. I watched him realize that he was trapped. I watched him run out the door when he saw his own car start to drive away without him. Once he was gone, I stepped out of the diner. The tall, thin figure was waiting for me. It handed me the backpack full of maps. It was time for me to move again. The road was growing and it needed someone to map the new curves. I started walking toward the horizon where the black circle was. I did not look back at the diner or the sign. I followed the white line as it twisted into impossible shapes. I passed the suitcase of memories and the tree of ties. I passed the telephone poles that carried no voices. Eventually, the asphalt began to change color. It turned from gray to a deep, pulsing violet. The trees disappeared and were replaced by pillars of salt that reached toward a sky with no stars. The air tasted like copper and old blood. I saw a figure approaching from the opposite direction. It was a woman wearing a tattered dress. She was carrying a radio that emitted nothing but static and a series of numbers. She did not see me as we passed. She was staring at something I could not see. 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42, she whispered. I repeated the numbers to myself. They felt like coordinates. They felt like a key to a door that had been locked since the beginning of time. I turned the map over and saw that the black circle in the center was not a destination. It was a hole. It was the place where the road was being born. I reached the edge of the circle. The road ended abruptly over a vast pit of swirling darkness. There were no signs here and no voices. There was only the sound of the wind rushing into the void. I stood at the edge and looked down. I saw millions of tiny lights far below. They were not stars. They were the headlights of millions of cars, all traveling on their own loops, all trying to reach a place that did not exist. I realized that the road was not a trap for one person. It was a trap for everyone who had ever taken a wrong turn. It was a collection of every missed exit and every forgotten path. It was the sum total of everything that had been lost. I took the backpack and threw it into the void. I watched as the maps fluttered down like dying birds. I took off the heavy leather boots and dropped them too. I did not need them anymore. I was not a traveler or a ghost. I was the road itself. I lay down on the violet asphalt and closed my eyes. I felt the pavement stretch and grow beneath me. I felt the white lines being painted across my skin. I felt the thumping of a million hearts as cars drove over my chest. Somewhere far away, a man was driving a car toward a city called Clear Creek. He was tired and his headlights were dim. He saw a sign that said 5 miles. He felt a thumping sound under his floorboards. He slowed down to 30 miles per hour and the thumping slowed down too. I smiled as I felt his tires roll over me. I reached up and whispered through the static of his radio. "Keep moving," I said. "The road is watching." The man floored the gas pedal and the engine roared. He thought he was escaping. He thought he was getting closer to home, but I knew better. I felt him enter the loop. I felt the moment he became part of the map. The darkness was complete now. There was no 217 and no 218. There was only the eternal present of the highway. I drifted into a sleep that was not sleep. I became the curves and the potholes and the rusted guardrails. I became the smell of ozone and the sound of the whispering fog. In the distance, a new neon sign flickered to life. Last Chance Diner. A new waitress stood behind the counter and a new man sat in a toll booth on a cliff. The cycle was beginning again as it always did and always would. The road had no end because it had no beginning. It was a circle that had been broken and twisted into a spiral, and I was the center of the spiral. I was the black circle with no name. I waited for the next car. I waited for the next set of headlights to cut through the gloom. I waited for the next soul to realize that they had taken the wrong exit. The thumping returned. Thump, thump, thump. It was a beautiful sound. It was the sound of the world being eaten. It was the sound of the road. The transition from being the traveler to being the road was not a sudden snap, but a slow dissolution of the self. I felt my consciousness thinning out and stretching across miles of cracked asphalt and oil-stained shoulders. My thoughts were no longer contained within a skull of bone, but were instead vibrations carried through the earth by the weight of passing tires. I was the heat rising from the ground in the midday sun and the frost that cracked the surface in the dead of night. I was the white line that guided the desperate and the yellow line that warned the brave. The man who had taken my place at the counter of the diner was already fading. I could feel his heartbeat through the floorboards of the building. It was a rapid and frantic rhythm that did not belong in a place where time had stopped. He was still trying to make sense of the coffee and the glass and the way the clock never moved past 2:17 in the morning. He did not yet understand that he was a placeholder. He did not know that his only purpose was to wait for the next version of himself to stumble through the door. I watched him through the eyes of the tall, thin figure that stood at the edge of the parking lot. The figure was not a monster or a ghost. It was a surveyor. It was the one who measured the growth of the loop and ensured that the geometry of the nightmare remained sound. It looked at the diner, and then it looked at me, or rather it looked at the stretch of road where I now resided. It nodded once and then vanished into the mist, leaving behind only the scent of ozone and the sound of a distant bell. The road began to pulse. I felt a surge of energy moving through me as a new traveler entered the boundaries of the map. This one was driving a heavy truck that groaned under the weight of an invisible cargo. The driver was a woman with gray hair and eyes that had seen too many horizons. She was singing a song to herself, but the words were garbled by the static of the radio. She did not see the sign for Clear Creek because the sign had changed again. It now bore her own name and the date of her birth. She drove over my chest, and I felt the heat of her engine. I felt her fear as the trees began to lean over the pavement. I wanted to reach out and stop her, but I had no hands. I wanted to tell her to turn around, but there was no behind. There was only the forward motion that led back to the beginning. She passed the suitcase of photographs and did not stop. She passed the tree of neckties and did not look. She was focused on the road, and because she was focused on me, I felt her entire history unfolding like a map. I saw her childhood in a house with a red door. I saw the way she had lost her keys on a Tuesday in July. I saw the face of the man she had loved and the way he had looked when he walked away. The road was drinking her memories as she traveled. Every mile she covered was a year of her life that she would never get back. By the time she reached the hill, she would not remember why she was driving or where she was going. She would only know the climb. I felt the road expand to accommodate her. New miles of asphalt sprouted from the darkness like weeds. I felt the sting of the paint as new lines were drawn across my skin. The loop was growing larger because the world outside was becoming smaller. More people were taking the wrong exit. More people were ignoring the warnings on the radio. They were all coming here to the place where nothing ever ends. The woman in the truck reached the top of the hill and saw the toll booth. She saw the man in the blue uniform and the blank newspaper. I felt her heart stop for a moment when she looked into his empty sockets. She did not have a water bottle cap or a pair of boots to give. She had only her truck and the cargo it carried. I felt the weight of the vehicle as it pulled onto the scale. The needle did not move. The cargo was made of nothing but shadows and regrets, and the road had no use for those. The toll collector pointed to her hands. "You have to leave the grip behind," he said. "You are holding on too tight to the wheel of a life that is already over." She looked at her hands and saw that they were fused to the steering wheel. The plastic and the flesh had become one. She screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the wind. The toll collector reached into the cab of the truck and touched her forehead. The screaming stopped. The truck vanished, and the woman was left standing on the edge of the cliff in her socks. She looked down and saw the tiny red taillights of her own truck moving along the road below. She saw herself driving toward the diner. She saw the cycle, and she accepted it. I felt her join me. She did not become the road, but she became the guardrail that lined the steepest curve. She became the metal that prevented others from falling into the void before their time. We were a collective, now a silent audience for the endless parade of the lost. The sun began to rise, but it was not a sun that brought light. It was a pale white disk that hung in a sky of charcoal. It did not move from its position. It provided just enough illumination to see the shapes of the dead trees and the shimmering haze of the boundaries. Under this light, the road looked like a scar across the face of the earth. I felt a new sensation. It was a deep vibration that started at the center of the black circle and radiated outward. It was the sound of the void breathing. It was hungry. The road was no longer satisfied with memories and heartbeat. It wanted the substance of the world. I felt the edges of the pavement begin to crumble into the pit. The pillars of salt dissolved into dust, and the violet asphalt turned to ash. The tall, thin figure reappeared. It was holding a lantern that glowed with a sickly green light. It walked along the center line, swinging the lantern back and forth. Every time the light touched a part of the road, that part became solid again. It was repairing the trap. It was keeping the loop from collapsing under its own weight. It stopped at the spot where I lay. It looked down at the pavement, and I felt its gaze like a cold needle. It knew I was still there. It knew I was not yet fully integrated into the masonry of the nightmare. It knelt down and pressed a hand against the ground. "You are the witness," it whispered. "You are the one who remembers the way out even though you can never take it." I tried to speak through the vibrations of the passing wind. "Why me?" I asked. "Because you looked at the moon," the figure replied. "You heard the voices and you tried to understand them. The road does not want those who sleep. It wants those who are wide awake and screaming." The figure stood up and continued its walk toward the horizon. I felt a sudden sharp pain as a car drove over a pothole in my side. The driver was a young man in a yellow shirt. He was crying and calling out for his mother. He did not know that his mother was the waitress at the diner 3 miles back. He did not know that his father was the man in the toll booth. He was the next link in the chain, and he was terrified. I felt a strange sense of pity for him. I used the rhythm of his tires to send a message. I caused the steering wheel to vibrate in a specific pattern, short, long, short. It was a code I had learned a lifetime ago. I was trying to tell him to stop. I was trying to tell him to jump from the car and run into the woods even if the trees were made of bone. But the road was stronger than my will. It smoothed out the vibrations and replaced them with a steady humming that lulled the man into a trance. He stopped crying and stared straight ahead with glazed eyes. He increased his speed to 60 miles per hour. He was eager to reach the end of the road. He did not know that the end was just the beginning in a different coat of paint. I felt the black circle at the center of the map start to pull on me. It was a gravitational force that ignored the laws of physics. It wanted to suck the entire loop into itself. It wanted to become a singularity of lost things. I resisted the pull by clinging to the memories of the people who had traveled over me. I remembered the scent of the blue water bottle cap. I remembered the feeling of the heavy leather boots. I remembered the sound of the coffee pouring into the glass. These small details were my anchors. They were the only things that kept me from being erased by the void. I realized that the road was not just a place of punishment. It was a library. It was a record of every choice that had ever gone wrong. If I could hold onto the stories of the travelers, I could keep the road from becoming a total vacuum. The young man in the yellow shirt reached the diner. I felt the moment he stepped inside. I felt the bell chime. I felt the heat of the coffee as the man behind the counter pushed it toward him. The conversation was always the same. The questions were always the same. The realization was always the same. "I am lost," he said. "We are all lost, honey," the man behind the counter replied. The words echoed through me like a gong. They were the truth that held the loop together. There was no such thing as being found in this place. There was only the process of becoming part of the landscape. I felt the road twist again. A new section was being added. It was a bridge that spanned a river of black oil. The bridge was made of the shoes that had been hanging from the trees. Thousands of laces were tied together to form a swaying net of leather and canvas. Every step a traveler took on the bridge was a step on the feet of those who had come before. I was the bridge now, too. I felt the weight of a dog running across the laces. It was the dog from the photograph with the blurred face. It was looking for its master. It barked at the moon, and the sound was a series of numbers: 8, 15, 16, 23. The dog reached the other side and disappeared into a forest of telephone poles. The neckties on the poles began to hiss like snakes. They were shedding their silk skins and revealing the wires underneath. The wires were carrying the voices of the people who were still in the world of sunshine and grass. I could hear them. I heard a woman calling her son for dinner. I heard a man complaining about the traffic. I heard a child laughing at a cartoon. These sounds were like acid on my skin. They were reminders of a reality that I could no longer touch. The road hated these sounds. It tried to drown them out with the thumping and the static. I realized then that the road was not an accident. It was a defense mechanism. The world was too full of noise and pain and memory. The road was a place where those things could be processed and turned into something silent and gray. It was a filter for the universe. I looked at the black circle one last time. It was no longer a pit. It was an eye, a giant unblinking eye that was staring back at me. It was the eye of the road itself. It saw everything. It saw the beginning and the end and the infinite middle. It saw the waitress and the toll collector and the surveyor. It saw me. And for the first time, I was not afraid. I understood my purpose. I was the path that led the weary to their rest. I was the journey that had no destination because the journey was the point. I was the silence that followed the scream. I closed my mental eyes and let the vibrations wash over me. I felt a car approaching. It was moving slowly, cautiously. The driver was looking at a map. He was looking for a town called Clear Creek. He saw the green sign and he saw the message I had written. Welcome home. He smiled and turned off his engine. He stepped out of the car and looked at the fog. He did not see the monsters or the void. He saw a place where he did not have to run anymore. He saw a place where time did not matter. He walked toward the diner and the bell chimed. I felt his footsteps on my surface. They were light and steady. He was not a prisoner. He was a guest. The thumping in the floorboards changed. It was no longer a warning. It was a heartbeat. A single steady heartbeat that belonged to the road and everyone on it. I lay back and watched the pale white sun. I felt the white lines glow with a soft light. I felt the asphalt soften like a blanket. The loop was complete. The circle was closed. And in the center of the darkness, there was a small glowing spark that would never go out. It was the memory of a name. My name. I whispered it into the wind, and the wind carried it to the edges of the map. The trees bowed their heads and the neckties stopped hissing. The suitcase of photographs snapped shut and the shoes on the bridge stood still. The road was at peace. And so was I. The stillness of the violet asphalt was a lie. Beneath the surface of the road, the machinery of the loop continued to grind and churn like the gears of a massive rusted clock. I could feel the friction of every pebble and the microscopic expansion of the cracks as the cold air of the void pressed down upon me. I was no longer a man with a name or a destination. I was the sensory organ of the highway. I was the skin of the earth stretched thin over a hollow ribcage of forgotten dreams. A new sound began to vibrate through my frame. It was not the heavy thumping of a truck or the frantic whine of a car engine. It was a rhythmic tapping like a cane striking a hollow floor. I felt the pressure of it moving along the shoulder of the road. It was slow and deliberate. Each strike sent a ripple through the pavement that felt like a pulse. I focused my awareness on that specific point of contact. A figure was walking along the edge of the abyss. It was not the tall, thin surveyor, and it was not a traveler who had lost their way. This was something older. It was a man wearing a coat made of discarded road maps. The paper rustled with the sound of 1,000 dry leaves as he moved. He carried a staff made of a twisted highway guardrail, and his eyes were two polished pieces of black obsidian. He did not look at the diner or the toll booth. He looked directly at the ground. He looked at me. He stopped at the exact spot where my consciousness was most dense. He leaned on his metal staff, and the vibration nearly shattered my grip on the physical world. I felt the weight of his gaze as if he were looking through the asphalt and into the very center of the black circle. "You are holding on too tight," he said. His voice was the sound of gravel being crushed in a hydraulic press. "You are trying to be the road, but you are still thinking like a passenger. You cannot be both the path and the person who walks it." I tried to ripple the white lines in protest, but I had no muscles to flex. I could only send a low hum through the ground. I told him that I was the witness. I told him that I was the memory of the way out. The man in the map coat laughed, and the sound was like a car crash in slow motion. "Memory is the rot that weakens the structure," he said. "Memory is the pothole that causes the tire to blow. If you want to survive the spiral, you must forget the sun. You must forget the feeling of grass. You must become the hunger that drives the travelers forward." He reached into a pocket of his rustling coat and pulled out a handful of silver coins. They were not currency from any country I recognized. They were stamped with the image of a steering wheel on one side and a skull on the other. He dropped them onto the road. As they hit the surface, they did not bounce. They sank into the asphalt as if it were water. I felt the silver enter my system. It was cold and sharp. It felt like needles of ice moving through my veins. The coins were anchors of a different kind. They were not tied to the world above, but to the deep foundations of the loop. They began to pull me down further into the darkness. I felt the violet color of the road deepening until it was the color of a bruise. The man continued his walk. He moved toward the diner where the young man in the yellow shirt was still sitting. I felt the road stretch out before him. The miles became shorter and the hills became steeper. The geometry of the landscape was reacting to his presence. He was a catalyst for the change that was coming. The darkness began to bleed. From the edges of the horizon, a thick black liquid started to seep onto the pavement. It was not oil and it was not water. It was the essence of the void taking a physical form. It moved like a predator sensing a meal. It covered the white lines and erased the yellow dividers. It was reclaiming the road. I felt the panic of the travelers who were currently on my surface. The woman who had become the guardrail began to vibrate with a high-pitched metallic scream. The man in the toll booth stood up and dropped his newspaper. The waitress at the diner stopped pouring coffee and looked out the window with wide, empty eyes. The loop was being purged. The black liquid reached the tires of the truck that the woman had abandoned. The metal began to dissolve. The rubber melted into the sludge. The memories that were stored within the vehicle were released into the air like a cloud of stinging insects. I felt the fragments of her life hitting me. I felt the taste of a birthday cake from 30 years ago. I felt the sting of a cold rain on a Tuesday afternoon. I felt the warmth of a hand that no longer existed. The road was being stripped of its library. The void was tired of the stories. It wanted the silence to be absolute. I struggled against the silver coins that were pulling me down. I tried to push back against the black liquid with the sheer force of my will. I was the center of the spiral and I refused to be erased. I reached out to the young man in the yellow shirt. He was the only one who was still human enough to act. He was standing at the counter of the diner, clutching his mug of cold coffee. He saw the black tide rising outside the door. He saw the waitress turn into a pillar of gray salt. He saw the man in the map coat standing in the parking lot waving his metal staff. "Run," I whispered. The sound came from the refrigerator, the radio, and the vents in the ceiling. "Run to the car. Do not look at the map. Do not look at the signs. Just drive." The young man did not hesitate. He threw the mug to the floor and bolted for the door. The chime of the bell was muffled by the encroaching silence. He ran across the parking lot and his feet splashed through the black liquid. It began to eat at his shoes, but he did not stop. He reached his car and fumbled with the keys. The man in the map coat raised his staff. "The road is closed," he shouted. "The journey is over." The young man ignored him. He started the engine, and the roar of the machine felt like a defiant scream against the void. He shifted into gear and floored the gas pedal. The tires spun in the black sludge, throwing up sprays of darkness. For a moment, it looked like he would be stuck, but then he hit a patch of solid asphalt. He hit me. I felt his weight, and I gave him everything I had. I stiffened my surface to provide him with traction. I smoothed out the potholes, and I straightened the curves. I became a launch pad for his escape. He sped toward the hill. The black liquid was chasing him, flowing along the road like a river of ink. The trees of bone were snapping and falling into the current. The telephone poles were collapsing and the neckties were being swept away. The entire world of the loop was falling into the black circle at the center. I felt the silver coins in my chest begin to glow. They were trying to turn me into a trap. They were trying to make me swallow the car. I fought the sensation. I focused on the image of the blue water bottle cap. I focused on the heavy leather boots. I focused on the man I used to be. The car reached the top of the hill. The toll booth was gone. The cliff was crumbling. There was nothing left but a thin strip of violet road suspended over an infinite nothingness. The young man did not slow down. He saw the white disk of the sun in the distance, and he drove toward it. He passed the point of no return. He crossed the boundary where the map ended and the world began. I felt the moment he left my surface. It was a sudden lightness, a relief that was almost painful. He was gone. He had taken a piece of me with him, a small fragment of the memory of the road. The man in the map coat screamed in rage. He struck the ground with his staff, and the blow felt like a mountain falling on my chest. The silver coins shattered, and the black liquid rushed in to fill the gaps. The diner collapsed. The pillars of salt were washed away. The waitress and the toll collector were gone. The surveyor vanished into the mist. I was alone in the center of the storm. The void was no longer an eye. It was a mouth. It was opening wide to swallow the last of the highway. I felt the violet asphalt being torn away in great sheets. I felt the white lines being shredded into dust. My consciousness was being compressed into a single point of light. I looked at the black circle and I saw the truth. The road was not a place. It was a person. It was every person who had ever been lost. It was the collective weight of every wrong turn and every missed opportunity. And because it was made of people, it could never truly be destroyed. I felt a new vibration. It was coming from the other side of the void. It was the sound of 1,000,000 hearts beating in unison. It was the sound of the world that the young man had returned to. It was a signal. The road began to rebuild itself, not as a loop but as a bridge. The black liquid turned into solid stone. The violet asphalt became a deep, rich brown like the earth after a rain. The trees of bone sprouted leaves of green fire. The neckties turned into ribbons of light that guided the way. I was no longer the road. I was the bridge between the nightmare and the dream. I felt a new traveler approaching. It was a child on a bicycle. He was not lost. He was exploring. He saw the bridge and he saw the light at the end of it. He began to pedal faster. I smiled as he moved across my surface. I felt the spinning of his wheels and the joy in his heart. I reached up and whispered through the spokes of his bike. "Keep moving," I said. "The world is waiting." The child crossed the bridge and vanished into the sunshine. The man in the map coat was gone. The silver coins were gone. The black circle was now a pool of clear water. I lay down in the center of the bridge and closed my eyes. I felt the stone turn into soft grass. I felt the wind carry the scent of pine and salt. I felt the sun on my face. The journey was not over. It was just beginning. I was not the road and I was not a traveler. I was the destination. I was the place where everything that had been lost was finally found. I waited for the next person to take the wrong exit. I waited for the next soul to find the bridge. The silence was no longer empty. It was full of the sound of a world being born. The thumping returned. It was the sound of a heartbeat. My heart beat. It was a beautiful sound. It was the sound of life. It was the sound of the end of the road. I watched as the pale white sun turned into a golden orb. I watched as the charcoal sky turned into a deep, brilliant blue. I watched as the mist cleared to reveal a city that was not Clear Creek, but something much better. It was a city of light and music and laughter. I felt the bridge stretch and grow until it reached the gates of the city. I felt the stones turn into gold and the ribbons of light turn into banners of silk. I was the path to the city of the found. I stood up and walked toward the gates. I did not need maps or boots or a car. I had my name and I had my memories. I reached the entrance and looked back one last time. The road was gone. The loop was broken. The spiral had straightened into a line that led directly to the heart of the universe. I stepped through the gates and the light swallowed me whole. There was no more 217. There was no more 218. There was only the eternal now. And in the now I was whole. The story of the road was finished. The story of the man was just starting. I walked into the city and I did not look back. The black circle was gone. The map was redrawn. I was home. The golden gates of the city did not swing open on hinges of iron or brass. They dissolved like sugar in warm tea. I stepped through the threshold and felt the heavy weight of the road fall away from my shoulders. The violet asphalt was a memory. The black liquid was a shadow. The man in the map coat was a ghost that could no longer haunt the corners of my mind. I expected to find streets paved with precious stones or buildings that touched the clouds. Instead, I found a garden that smelled of damp earth and blooming jasmine. It was the smell of the world before the loop had swallowed it. It was the smell of home. I looked down at my hands. They were no longer the gray color of the highway. They were warm and solid. I could see the fine lines in my palms and the small scar on my thumb from a kitchen knife 10 years ago. These were the details the road had tried to erase. These were the anchors that held me to the earth. I walked along a path made of smooth white river stones. The stones did not whisper. They did not vibrate with the frequency of a distant radio station. They were just stones. They were content to be still. The sky above the garden was a deep and vibrant blue. There were no charcoal clouds and there was no pale white sun. There was only a warmth that reached into my bones and thawed the ice that the silver coins had left behind. I saw a bench made of dark wood sitting under a willow tree. A woman was sitting there. She was wearing a dress the color of a summer sky. She was not the waitress and she was not a traveler. She was holding a book and her face was clear and bright. She looked up as I approached and she smiled. It was not a smile of hunger or desperation. It was a smile of recognition. "You have been walking for a very long time," she said. Her voice was like the sound of a cello playing in a quiet room. It was rich and full of life. It did not have the static of the highway or the crunch of the gravel. I sat down on the bench beside her. My legs felt heavy, but it was a good kind of tired. It was the tiredness that comes after a day of honest work. I told her that I had forgotten how to sit still. I told her that I had been the road for so long that I did not know how to be a person anymore. "The road is a mirror," she said. "It shows you what you are afraid to lose. It takes your memories and turns them into monsters so that you will stop looking back. But you did not stop. You carried the memory of your name through the darkness. That is why you are here." I looked out at the garden. Beyond the willow tree, I could see a stream of clear water. It bubbled over the rocks, and the sound was a melody that I had almost forgotten. I asked her if the others would find their way here. I thought of the woman who was the guardrail and the man in the toll booth. I thought of the surveyor who was forever measuring the distance to nowhere. "Everyone finds their way eventually," she replied. "The loop is not a prison, it is a classroom. Some people need 100 years to learn how to let go. Some people need 1,000. But the light at the end of the line is always waiting. Even the man in the map coat will one day run out of paper. Even the black circle will one day run out of hunger." I felt a great peace wash over me. The tension that had defined my existence for so long began to unravel. I was no longer waiting for the next car. I was no longer listening for the thumping in the floorboards. I was just a man sitting on a bench in a garden. We sat in silence for a long time. It was a silence that was full of the songs of birds and the rustle of the willow leaves. It was a silence that did not need to be filled with numbers or static. I realized then that the city of the found was not a destination on a map. It was a state of being. It was the moment when the journey becomes the arrival. After a while, I stood up. I felt a sudden urge to see what lay beyond the garden. I wanted to see the streets and the houses and the people who lived in the light. The woman in the blue dress nodded to me. She told me to follow the stream. She said that the water always knows the way to the heart of the city. I walked along the bank of the stream. The grass was soft and cool between my toes. I had lost my boots somewhere in the transition, and I did not miss them. I did not need leather to protect me from the earth anymore. I felt the pulse of the world beneath my feet, and it was a gentle and steady rhythm. It was the heartbeat of a planet that was at rest. As I walked, I saw other people. They were tending to flowers or painting pictures or simply walking together in pairs. None of them looked lost. None of them were looking for a town called Clear Creek. They were exactly where they were supposed to be. I saw a man who looked like the toll collector, but his eyes were bright and full of laughter. He was playing a flute made of a hollow reed. The music was light and airy, and it drifted on the wind like a butterfly. I reached a bridge that crossed the stream. It was not made of shoes or neckties. It was made of white marble that glowed with an inner light. On the other side of the bridge, the garden opened up into a wide plaza. There were fountains that sprayed water high into the air, and the droplets caught the sunlight and turned into tiny rainbows. There were children running and playing games, and their laughter was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. I stood at the edge of the plaza and watched them. I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned and saw a man with white hair and kind eyes. He was wearing a simple linen shirt and trousers. He looked like he could have been a gardener or a teacher or a king. "Welcome home," he said. "We have been waiting for you." I asked him how he knew who I was. I asked him if he knew my name. "Names are the first things we lose and the last things we find," he said. "Your name is written in the stars and carved into the stones, but for now you can just be yourself. You do not have to be the witness or the path or the silence. You can just be." He led me toward a large building at the center of the plaza. It was made of the same white marble as the bridge, and its windows were tall and narrow. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of old books and beeswax. There were shelves that reached from the floor to the ceiling, and they were filled with volumes of every size and color. "This is the library of the returned," he explained. "Every story that was lost on the road is kept here. Every memory that was stripped away by the void is restored and preserved." I walked along the aisles and ran my fingers over the spines of the books. I found a volume that was bound in violet leather. I pulled it from the shelf and opened it. The pages were filled with the story of a man who had taken a wrong exit on a rainy night. It told the story of the diner and the waitress and the long walk across the bridge of shoes. It told the story of the young man in the yellow shirt and the man in the map coat. It was my story. I read the words and I felt a strange sense of distance. The man in the book was a stranger to me. He was someone who had been defined by his fear and his loss. I closed the book and put it back on the shelf. That story was finished. The ink was dry. "What happens now?" I asked the man with the white hair. "Now you live," he said. "There are no more loops. There are no more spirals. There is only the horizon and the sun that never sets. You can go wherever you want. You can do whatever you want. The world is finally big enough for you." I walked out of the library and back into the sunlight. I looked at the city and the garden and the stream. I felt a sense of wonder that was as fresh as the morning dew. I began to walk toward the center of the city where the music was the loudest. I wanted to dance. I wanted to sing. I wanted to speak to every person I met and hear their stories. I was no longer a fragment of a highway. I was a whole and living being. I looked up at the sky and saw a single white bird flying high above the plaza. It circled once and then headed toward the mountains in the distance. I watched it until it was just a tiny speck against the blue. The road was gone, the bridge was behind me, the city was before me. And for the first time in 1,000 years, I was not afraid of the distance. I was not afraid of the dark. I was home. The air in the city was different from any air I had ever breathed. It did not carry the scent of exhaust or the metallic tang of blood. It was clean and crisp, and it tasted of cold water and mountain pine. I walked through the plaza and felt the warmth of the sun on my skin. It was a solid warmth, a heat that did not flicker or fade. I saw a group of people gathered around a fountain, and I joined them. They were sharing pieces of fruit that were as red as rubies and as sweet as honey. They offered me a piece, and as I bit into it, I felt the juice run down my chin. It was the first thing I had tasted in an eternity that was not cold coffee or dry bread. A woman with silver hair and eyes the color of the sea looked at me and smiled. "You have that look," she said. "The look of someone who has just stepped off the blacktop." Is it that obvious? I asked. She laughed, and it was a sound like silver bells. It is in the way you hold your breath. You are waiting for the ground to shake. You are waiting for the static to start, but it will not. The ground here is made of ancient light. It does not move unless the music tells it to. I asked her about the music. I had been hearing it since I arrived, but I could not find the source. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The music is the city, she explained. It is the sound of every soul in harmony. When you are ready, you will hear your own note in the melody. It is the song of your life, and it is the only thing that matters. I spent the next several days wandering through the streets. I saw houses made of glass that changed color with the passing hours. I saw markets where people traded stories for flowers and laughter for bread. There was no money and there were no clocks. Time was a river that flowed gently around us, but it did not carry us away. We were the masters of the moment. I found a small house at the edge of a forest. It was made of cedar and stone, and it had a porch that looked out over a valley of purple clover. I knew as soon as I saw it that it was mine. I walked up the steps and pushed open the door. Inside, the rooms were filled with light, and the furniture was simple and comfortable. There was a fireplace in the corner and a pile of dry wood waiting to be lit. I spent my evenings sitting on the porch and watching the stars. They were not the cold and distant stars of the void. They were bright and near, and they seemed to hum with a quiet energy. I thought about the man in the map coat, and I wondered if he was still walking the edge of the abyss. I hoped that one day he would find his way to a house like this. I hoped that he would find a way to burn his maps and just look at the sky. One morning, as I was walking through the forest, I came across a small clearing. In the center of the clearing was a single telephone pole. It was not made of wood, and it did not have any wires. It was made of solid gold, and it was covered in blooming vines. I walked up to it and touched the surface. It was warm to the touch, and I could feel a faint vibration coming from within. It was not the sound of voices from the world of sunshine and grass. It was the sound of the universe breathing. It was a low and steady thrum that felt like the purr of a giant cat. I leaned my forehead against the gold and closed my eyes. I felt a sense of connection that was deeper than anything I had ever known. I was not a part of the road anymore, but I was a part of everything else. I realized then that the road had not been a filter for the universe. It had been a crack in the foundation. It was a place where the light could not reach and where the shadows grew tall and hungry. But the light was stronger. The light was the original state of things, and the darkness was only a temporary absence. I walked back to my house and started a fire in the hearth. The flames were orange and yellow, and they danced in the shadows of the room. I sat in a chair and picked up a piece of wood and a small knife. I began to carve. I did not know what I was making at first, but as the shavings fell to the floor, a shape began to emerge. It was a bird with its wings spread wide. It was a bird in flight. I worked on the carving for hours. I felt the grain of the wood and the sharpness of the blade. It was a slow and meditative process. It was the opposite of the road. It was a way of creating something instead of just witnessing the destruction. When I was finished, I held the bird up to the light. It was not perfect, but it was mine. It was a piece of the world that I had shaped with my own hands. I placed the bird on the mantel and sat back in my chair. I felt a sense of satisfaction that was deep and quiet. I was no longer a traveler, and I was no longer a guest. I was a citizen of the light. The days turned into weeks, and the weeks turned into months. I learned the names of the flowers in the valley and the songs of the birds in the forest. I made friends with the people in the plaza, and I shared my stories with them. We talked about the road and the loop and the void, but the memories no longer had any power over us. They were just stories from a long and difficult journey. They were the scars that proved we had survived. One day I saw the young man in the yellow shirt. He was standing in the plaza looking at a fountain. He looked older and his eyes were full of wisdom. He saw me and he smiled. "You made it," he said. I told him that I had followed his lead. I told him that his escape had given me the strength to break the loop. "I did not escape," he said. "I just remembered that I had a destination. The road only works if you think you are going nowhere. As soon as you decide where you want to be, the road has to take you there." We sat together by the fountain and talked for a long time. He told me about the world he had returned to. He told me about the sunshine and the grass and the people he loved. He told me that he had lived a long and full life before he finally came here. "So this is the end?" I asked. He shook his head and looked up at the sky. "No," he said, "this is the beginning. The road was just the driveway. Now we get to see the house." He stood up and walked away toward the mountains. I watched him go, and I felt a sense of joy that was almost overwhelming. There was so much to see and so much to do. There were infinite worlds to explore and infinite songs to sing. I walked back to my house and stood on the porch. The sun was beginning to set, and the sky was a riot of orange and pink and purple. I looked out over the valley and saw the lights of the city beginning to twinkle. I was home. The journey was over. The story was finished. And as I stood there in the quiet of the evening, I heard a sound that I had not heard in a very long time. It was the sound of a name being whispered on the wind. It was my name. And for the first time, I knew exactly who I was. I was the man who had walked the violet road and lived to tell the tale. I was the man who had found the light in the center of the darkness. I was free. The wind blew through the trees and the stars began to shine. I went inside and closed the door. I lay down in my bed and fell into a deep and peaceful sleep. I did not dream of white lines or black circles. I did not dream of the man in the map coat or the bridge of shoes. I dreamed of the city. I dreamed of the light. I dreamed of the future. And in the morning I woke up and the sun was shining. It was a beautiful day. It was the first day of the rest of forever. The road was gone, and I was exactly where I was supposed to be. I walked out onto the porch and breathed in the fresh air. I looked at the mountains and the valley and the city. Everything was perfect. Everything was right. I smiled and began to walk. The path was clear. The way was open. I was ready. The morning did not break like the mornings on the road. There was no gray fog or the smell of wet asphalt. The light came as a soft gold tide that rose from the edge of the mountains and filled the valley of purple clover. I stood on my porch and watched the way the dew clung to the petals. Each drop was a perfect sphere of light. I realized that for the first time in 1,000 years, I did not have a destination. I did not have a map. I did not have a shadow that tried to pull me back into the ditch. I stepped off the porch and felt the soil give beneath my feet. It was firm and supportive. It was the earth as it was meant to be before the surveyors came to cut it into squares and rectangles. I walked toward the stream that the woman in the blue dress had pointed out. The water was so clear that it looked like liquid glass. I knelt down and cupped my hands. I drank. The water was cold and tasted of minerals and ancient snow. It did not just quench my thirst. It filled the hollow places in my chest that the road had carved out. I saw my reflection in the pool. My hair was long and streaked with the silver of the highway, but my eyes were the eyes of the boy I had been before I took the wrong turn. I washed my face and felt the last of the road dust dissolve. It flowed away downstream and vanished into the light. I followed the bank of the water for 3 miles. I counted the steps not because I had to measure the distance, but because I liked the rhythm of my own movement. I passed a grove of trees that bore fruit I did not recognize. They were shaped like stars and smelled of cinnamon. I took one and ate it as I walked. The sweetness was a physical weight in my mouth. I saw a woman sitting on a flat rock by the water. She was weaving a basket out of reeds that shimmered like mother of pearl. She looked up and waved. She did not ask me where I was going. She did not ask me for my papers. She simply acknowledged that I existed. That was the greatest gift the city gave us. We were allowed to exist without justification. By the time the sun reached the middle of the sky, I found myself at the edge of a great forest of silver-barked trees. The leaves were a deep emerald, and they hummed when the wind moved through them. I entered the woods, and the light became dappled and soft. I found a path that was lined with smooth white stones. I followed it until I reached a clearing where a group of people were building a house. They were not using hammers or nails. They were singing. As they sang, the stones rose from the ground and settled into place. The wood curved itself into rafters, and the thatch wove itself into a roof. It was a symphony of construction. I stood and watched them for an hour. One of the builders saw me and beckoned me over. He was a tall man with hands that looked like they had once held a steering wheel for a lifetime. "Do you want to add a note?" he asked. I did not understand. He explained that every house in the city was built from the songs of those who would live there and those who passed by. He told me that a house is just a memory made solid. I closed my eyes and thought of the warmth of the hearth in my own small cabin. I thought of the peace of the porch. I began to hum a low, steady tone. I felt the vibration in my throat, and then I felt it in the air. A stone at the base of the wall glowed with a soft blue light and settled deeper into the earth. The man laughed and clapped me on the shoulder. "You have a strong foundation," he said. "You have learned how to be still." I left the builders and continued through the forest. The further I went, the more I realized that the city was not a single place. It was a series of layers. It was a garden that folded into a library that folded into a mountain. It was as large as the universe, but as intimate as a bedroom. I found a bridge made of woven sunlight that crossed a deep canyon. Below, the clouds were white and fluffy like sheep. I crossed the bridge and felt the air grow thin and cool. I was climbing. I wanted to see the horizon. I wanted to see if there was an edge to this peace. I reached the summit of a high ridge as the sun began its slow descent. From there, I could see the entire valley. I saw the silver ribbon of the stream and the white marble of the plaza. I saw the library and the houses and the groves of star fruit. But beyond the city, I saw something else. I saw a shimmering wall of mist that stretched from the ground to the heavens. It was not dark or frightening. It was like a curtain of rain caught in a sunset. I knew what it was. It was the border. It was the place where the found world met the world that was still being made. I sat on a rock and watched the mist. I thought of the man in the map coat. I wondered if he was standing on the other side of that curtain right now looking for a way in. I wished I could reach through the veil and take his hand. I wished I could tell him that he did not need the paper anymore. But I knew that everyone has to find their own way to the gate. You cannot be carried into the city. You have to walk the distance. You have to earn the right to sit still by moving until your legs give out. As I sat there, a small white bird landed on my knee. It was the same bird I had seen over the plaza. It looked at me with eyes that were like tiny black beads. It chirped once and then tucked its head under its wing. It was not afraid of me. It did not see me as a predator or a stranger. It saw me as part of the landscape. I sat very still so as not to disturb it. I felt the warmth of its tiny body through my trousers. I felt the pulse of its heart. It was a fast, frantic rhythm, but it was a rhythm of life. It was a reminder that even in this place of eternal peace, there was the movement of the living. The sun dipped below the mountains, and the sky turned the color of a bruised plum. The stars began to appear one by one. They did not flicker. They burned with a steady white fire. I looked for the constellations I had known on the road, but they were gone. There was no hunter and no bear. There was only a pattern of light that made sense in a way I could not explain. It was a geometry of joy. I stood up, and the bird took flight, disappearing into the deepening blue. I began the long walk back down to my house. The forest was different at night. The silver bark of the trees glowed with a faint phosphorescence. The white stones of the path acted like lanterns. I did not stumble. I did not lose my way. I felt the presence of others in the woods. I heard soft laughter and the sound of distant flutes. Everyone was returning to their hearths. Everyone was coming home. I reached the edge of the Clover Valley and saw the lights of the city twinkling like fallen stars. It was a beautiful sight. It was a map of belonging. When I reached my house, I found a basket of bread and a jar of honey sitting on the porch. There was no note, but I knew who had left it. It was the woman from the river. I took the gift inside and started a fire. The dry wood caught quickly, and the room was filled with the scent of cedar. I sat at my table and ate the bread. It was warm and crusty, and the honey was thick and dark. It tasted of summer and dust and gold. I felt a profound sense of gratitude. I was a man who had been a ghost for 1,000 years, and now I was a man who ate bread by a fire. I looked at the wooden bird on the mantel. In the firelight, it looked like it was moving. It looked like it was about to soar out of the window and join the stars. I realized that I did not need to keep it. I had made it to prove that I could create, but now the act of creation was enough. I took the bird and walked to the door. I threw it out into the night. I did not watch where it landed. I did not need to possess it. I went back to my chair and closed my eyes. I thought about the silence. On the road, the silence was a vacuum. It was a hole that sucked the sound out of your ears. It was heavy and cold. But here, the silence was a fabric. It was woven from the breath of the trees and the hum of the stars. It was a silence that you could lean against. It was a silence that held you up. I let it wrap around me like a blanket. I felt the tension leave my neck and my shoulders. I felt the memories of the blacktop and the yellow lines drift away like smoke. They were not forgotten, but they were no longer sharp. They were just stories. I woke up the next morning and decided to go to the library. I wanted to see if my book had changed. I walked to the plaza and entered the white marble building. The air inside was still and cool. I found the aisle and the shelf and the violet leather volume. I opened it to the last page. The text had grown. It now described the bench and the woman in the blue dress. It described the house in the valley and the wooden bird. It even described the bread and the honey. I realized that the library was not just a record of the past. It was a living document of the present. I turned the page and found that the rest of the book was blank. Hundreds of pages of white paper waited for me. I felt a surge of excitement. My story was no longer being written by the road. It was being written by me. Every step I took and every word I spoke would fill those pages. I put the book back on the shelf and walked out into the sunlight. I felt light. I felt like I could float over the white marble and into the sky. I spent the afternoon in the market. I met a man who had been a sailor on a sea of oil. He told me about waves that were made of shadows and fish that were made of glass. He told me how he had steered his ship by the sound of a distant bell until he reached a shore of white sand. We traded stories for an hour. I told him about the surveyor and the man in the toll booth. He listened with wide eyes, and when I was finished, he gave me a small blue stone. He said it was a piece of the sky from his world. I gave him a button from my old coat. It was the only thing I had left from the road. He held it like it was a diamond. As the weeks passed, I began to understand the true nature of the city. It was not a place where you stopped. It was a place where you began. The road was a filter that stripped away everything that was not essential. It took your pride and your fear and your anger. It left you with nothing but your name and your will. And once you reached the city, you used that name and that will to build something new. You became a gardener or a builder or a singer. You became a person. I started a garden behind my house. I planted seeds that I found in the forest and watered them with the water from the stream. I watched as the green shoots broke through the soil. I learned the language of the plants. I knew when they were thirsty and when they were full of light. I spent my days with my hands in the earth and my head in the sun. It was honest work. It was the kind of work that made your muscles ache in a way that felt like a blessing. One evening, as I was sitting on my porch, I saw a figure walking up the path from the valley. It was a man wearing a coat that was covered in tattered pieces of paper. He was walking slowly and his head was down. My heart leapt into my throat. I stood up and walked to the edge of the porch. The man stopped at the bottom of the steps and looked up. His face was thin and lined with 1,000 miles of worry. His eyes were red from the wind of the void. "Is this the way to the capital?" he asked. His voice was a dry rasp. I looked at him and I saw myself. I saw the man who had walked across the bridge of shoes. I saw the man who had been afraid of the dark. I walked down the steps and took his hand. The paper on his coat was brittle and yellow. I reached out and peeled a small map of a nameless city from his shoulder. I let it fall to the ground. "There is no capital," I said. "There are no more roads. You can stop walking now." The man looked at me with confusion and then with a slow dawning hope. He looked at the house and the valley and the stars. He looked at his coat and began to tear the maps away. He threw them into the air and the wind caught them. They swirled around us like white butterflies before vanishing into the clover. He stripped off the heavy coat and left it in a heap at the bottom of the steps. He stood there in a simple shirt, shivering in the cool night air. I led him onto the porch and gave him a chair. I went inside and brought him a glass of water and a piece of bread. He drank and ate with a ferocity that made my heart ache. When he was finished, he sat back and sighed. It was the sound of a man who had finally put down a weight he had been carrying for a lifetime. "I do not know what to do," he whispered. "I have been walking for so long that I do not know how to sit still." I sat down beside him. "It takes time," I said, "but the silence is friendly here. It will teach you." We sat together in the dark. We watched the fireflies dance over the clover and the stars turn in the sky. The man eventually fell asleep in his chair. I went inside and brought out a blanket and covered him. I looked at his face in the moonlight. The lines of worry were starting to soften. The road was fading from his skin. I knew that in the morning he would go to the library. He would find his book and he would see the blank pages, and then he would start to live. I went back to my own bed and lay down. I felt a sense of completion. I had been the witness for so long, and now I had become the guide. I had helped someone else find the door. It was a better feeling than any I had known on the highway. It was the feeling of being part of a chain. It was the feeling of being home. The next day the man was gone. I found his old coat at the bottom of the steps. I picked it up and carried it to the fireplace. I fed the tattered maps into the flames one by one. I watched the names of imaginary towns and the lines of impossible highways turn to ash. I watched the distance disappear. When the coat was nothing but a pile of fabric, I threw it into the back of my closet. I did not need it anymore. No one would ever need it again. I spent the morning in my garden. The star fruit trees were blooming and the air was heavy with their scent. I felt a deep peace. I knew that there would be others. I knew that the road would continue to deliver the lost and the broken to the edge of the city. And I knew that we would be here to meet them. We would show them the stream and the library and the light. We would help them find their names. The city of the found was not a destination. It was a promise. It was the promise that no matter how far you wander or how deep you go into the dark, there is always a way back. There is always a place where the music plays and the water is clear. There is always a home. I looked up at the sky and saw the white bird circling high above. It seemed to be laughing. I waved at it and it dipped its wing in salute. I turned back to my garden and began to dig. The soil was warm and rich. The sun was bright. The day was just beginning. And for the first time in my life, I was not looking back. I was exactly where I wanted to be. I was in the light. I was free. The journey was not a circle. It was a straight line that led to this moment. And this moment was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. The morning after the man in the map coat departed for the library, I found a new sense of purpose in the simple act of existing. I walked to the edge of my garden where the star fruit trees were beginning to drop their golden petals. The air was thick with the scent of cinnamon and warm earth. I realized that the city was not just a place to rest, but a place to create. I spent several hours digging a small trench to lead a trickle of water from the main stream toward my saplings. The work was slow and deliberate. I did not feel the frantic urge to finish that had governed my life on the road. There was no deadline here. There was no boss watching the clock, and there was no sun that threatened to go out if I did not complete my task. I sat on the grass and watched the water find its way into the new channel. It gurgled over the pebbles and soaked into the dry dirt. I felt a deep connection to the ground. It was as if the earth and I were speaking the same language. I thought about the man who had left his coat on my steps. I wondered if he had found his book yet. I wondered if he was surprised to see that his story did not end with a crash or a dead end. In this city, the ending was always a beginning. I stood up and brushed the soil from my knees. I decided to walk toward the great mountain that sat on the northern horizon. It was a peak of violet stone that seemed to hold up the very fabric of the sky. As I walked through the outskirts of the residential district, I saw a group of children playing a game with hoops made of light. They did not shout or scream. Their laughter was like the sound of small bells. They moved with a grace that suggested they had never known the weight of a heavy backpack or the fear of a dark alleyway. One of the children tossed a hoop toward me. It hovered in the air, glowing with a soft amber radiance. I reached out and caught it. It felt warm and hummed against my palm like a captured bee. I flicked my wrist and sent it spinning back to them. They cheered and waved as I continued on my way. I passed a building that looked like a giant seashell. Inside, I could hear the sound of 1,000 voices humming in unison. I peeked through the open doorway and saw people sitting in circles on the floor. They were not praying or meditating in the way I understood those words. They were sharing memories. I saw a faint mist rising from the center of each circle. Within the mist, images began to form. I saw a blue bicycle. I saw a birthday cake with 7 candles. I saw a rainy afternoon in a kitchen that smelled of baking bread. They were taking the scraps of their old lives and weaving them into a collective tapestry. They were making sure that nothing beautiful was ever truly lost. I reached the base of the mountain by the middle of the afternoon. The trail was steep, but the air was so pure that I did not feel tired. The stones beneath my feet were translucent like frosted glass. I could see the roots of ancient trees stretching deep into the mountainside. I found a small cave that was lined with soft moss. I sat inside and looked out over the valley. From this height, the city looked like a living organism. I could see the pulse of the light in the plaza and the slow movement of the people in the markets. I saw the silver river winding its way toward the horizon where it disappeared into the great mist. I closed my eyes and listened to the mountain. It had a deep, slow heartbeat. It told a story of time before the roads were built and time after the roads would crumble. It told me that the struggle I had endured was merely a blink of an eye in the grand scheme of the universe. I felt my ego dissolve. I was not the hero of a grand tragedy. I was not a victim of a cruel fate. I was a single note in a song that had no end. This realization brought me a peace so profound that I felt I could sleep for 100 years and never grow old. When I opened my eyes, the sky had turned a deep shade of indigo. The stars were beginning to emerge, and they seemed closer here on the mountain top. I saw a bridge of purple light stretching from one peak to another. Figures were crossing it. They looked like silhouettes against the stars. I realized that there were levels to this city that I had not even begun to explore. There were heights and depths that required a different kind of vision. I stood up and began my descent. I did not use a flashlight. I did not need one. The mountain itself provided enough light to guide my steps. I returned to the plaza as the moon rose. The moon here was huge and silver, and it did not have a face. It was a perfect, unblemished sphere. I saw the woman in the blue dress standing by the fountain. She was looking at the water as if she were reading a letter. I approached her and she smiled. "You have been to the high places," she said. Her voice was like the wind in the silver trees. I told her about the children with the hoops and the people in the seashell building. I told her about the mountain and the heartbeat in the stone. She nodded and touched the surface of the water. "The city grows as you grow," she explained. "If you seek height, you will find mountains. If you seek depth, you will find oceans. If you seek companionship, you will find the market. The city is a mirror. It shows you the shape of your own soul." I asked her if anyone ever left the city. She looked toward the shimmering wall of mist at the edge of the valley. "Some go into the mist," she said. "They want to see what is on the other side of the making. They want to be the ones who hold the needle and the thread. But most are content to stay. Most have had enough of the road." I walked back to my house feeling a strange sense of expansion. I felt as if my skin could no longer contain the person I was becoming. I went into my kitchen and made a pot of tea using herbs I had gathered from the mountainside. The tea was bitter and sweet at the same time. It cleared my head and sharpened my senses. I sat by the window and watched the fireflies. I realized that I had stopped checking my pockets for my keys. I had stopped looking at the door to see if it was locked. The habits of the road were finally falling away like dead leaves. The next morning, I decided to visit the library again. I found the man in the map coat sitting on a bench outside the entrance. He looked transformed. He had shaved his beard and his hair was washed and combed. He was wearing a simple tunic of white linen. He looked at me and grinned. "I found my book," he said. I asked him what it said. He laughed and shook his head. It said that I was a man who spent 40 years looking at maps of places that did not exist. It said that I was a man who forgot the color of the sky because I was too busy looking at the ground. He stood up and stretched his arms wide. "But the best part is the blank pages," he said. "I have already filled 3 of them. I wrote about the taste of the bread you gave me. I wrote about the way the stars do not flicker here. I am going to be a historian of the small things. I am going to record the way the light hits the clover in the morning." I shook his hand and felt the strength in his grip. He was no longer a ghost. He was a man with a purpose. He walked away toward the market, his steps light and rhythmic. I entered the library and walked to my shelf. I pulled out my book and opened it. I saw the new entries. They described my trip to the mountain and the conversation with the woman by the fountain. I saw the words describing the children and the hoops of light. I turned to the next blank page and picked up a quill that was sitting on a nearby table. The ink was a deep shimmering blue. I began to write. I did not write about the past. I did not write about the bridge of shoes or the man in the toll booth. I wrote about the future. I wrote about the garden I wanted to build. I wrote about the bridge of sunlight and the way the air felt at the summit of the ridge. I wrote about the sound of the mountain heartbeat. As I wrote, I felt the words taking root in my mind. I realized that by writing my story, I was choosing my path. I was no longer a passenger on a journey I did not understand. I was the navigator. I spent the entire morning in the library filling page after page with my hopes and my observations. When I finally put the quill down, my hand was stained with blue ink, but my heart was light. I walked out into the plaza and felt the warmth of the sun on my face. I saw a man standing near the fountain looking lost. He was wearing a suit that was covered in grease and he was holding a broken steering wheel. He looked like he had just stepped out of a nightmare. I knew that look. I knew the weight of that steering wheel. I walked over to him and put a hand on his shoulder. He jumped and looked at me with wide, terrified eyes. "Where am I?" he asked. "What happened to the highway?" I smiled at him and took the steering wheel from his hands. I set it down on the marble floor. "You are in the city," I said. "The highway is over. You do not have to drive anymore." He looked at the fountain and the silver trees and the people walking in the sunlight. He began to cry. They were not tears of sadness. They were tears of relief. They were the tears of a man who had finally reached the end of a very long and very dark tunnel. I led him to a bench and sat with him until his breathing became steady. I told him about the bread and the honey. I told him about the library and the books with the blank pages. I told him that he was allowed to exist without justification. He listened to me as if I were speaking a divine truth. I realized then that this was my role in the city. I was a witness and a guide. I was a bridge between the world of the road and the world of the found. I had been saved so that I could help save others. It was a simple task, but it was the most important thing I had ever done. As the sun began to set, I walked the man to the residential district. I found him a small, empty house near the stream. It was a simple structure made of white stone and dark wood. He walked through the rooms, touching the walls with wonder. He sat on the bed and felt the softness of the blankets. "This is mine," he asked. I told him it was his for as long as he wanted it. I told him that in the morning he should go to the library. I left him there in the quiet of his new home. I walked back to my own house under the light of the giant moon. I felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The city was not a static paradise. It was a place of constant growth and constant healing. Every person who arrived brought a new story, and every story made the city richer. I looked at the stars and saw the pattern of light that made sense. I saw the geometry of joy. I realized that the road had not been a mistake. It had been a necessary journey. Without the darkness of the highway, I would never have appreciated the light of the city. Without the hunger, I would never have tasted the bread. I went into my house and sat by the fire. I did not feel the need to do anything. I did not need to plan for tomorrow. I did not need to regret yesterday. I simply sat and breathed. I felt the pulse of the city and the pulse of the mountain and the pulse of my own heart. They were all in sync. I was home. I was found. I was alive. The silence was no longer a hole. It was a presence. It was the sound of a world that was finally at peace. I leaned back in my chair and closed my eyes. I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep, knowing that when I woke up, the sun would be shining and the blank pages of my book would be waiting for me. I was a man who had walked 1,000 miles to find a single moment of stillness, and that moment was now. It was enough. It was everything. The following weeks were a blur of golden light and green growth. I worked in my garden during the cool mornings and visited the library in the quiet afternoons. I became friends with the man who had been a sailor and the woman who wove the pearl baskets. We did not talk about the road much. We talked about the things we were making. We talked about the way the light changed the color of the mountains and the way the star fruit tasted when it was perfectly ripe. We were a community of the found, and we were happy. One day I decided to walk back to the bridge where I had first entered the city. I wanted to see if anyone else was coming. I walked through the clover valley and past the silver trees. I reached the stone arch and looked out over the void. The bridge of shoes was still there, stretching back into the darkness. I saw a small figure in the distance. It was moving slowly, limping toward the light. I sat on a rock and waited. I did not feel impatient. I knew that the person would get here when they were ready. As the figure got closer, I saw that it was a young woman. She was wearing a tattered red dress and she was carrying a heavy iron key. She reached the end of the bridge and collapsed onto the grass. I walked over to her and knelt down. I offered her a flask of water from the stream. She drank greedily, her eyes darting around in fear. "Where is the gate?" she whispered. "Where is the lock for this key?" I took the iron key from her hand. It was cold and heavy. I threw it into the void. "There are no locks here," I said. "You do not need a key to enter a place that is already yours." She looked at me and then she looked at the city. She saw the white marble and the green hills and the shimmering mist. She saw the peace that I had found. She took a deep breath and stood up. Her legs were shaking, but she did not fall. I took her hand and led her toward the valley. I told her about the bread and the honey. I told her about the library. I told her that she was home. As we walked, the red of her dress seemed to brighten and the dust of the road began to fall away. I felt the chain of belonging grow stronger. I was a part of this place, and this place was a part of me. We walked together into the light, and the road behind us vanished into the dark. The young woman in the red dress walked beside me with a tentative grace. Her footsteps on the grass were light, as if she expected the ground to give way beneath her at any moment. I understood that feeling. I remembered how the solid earth of the city had felt like a trick when I first arrived. We passed the silver trees that hummed in the low wind, and she stopped to touch the bark. Her fingers traced the glowing veins of the wood, and I saw the tension leave her shoulders. She looked at me with eyes that were no longer darting in search of an exit. She asked me if the trees were made of metal or light. I told her they were made of both, and that they grew taller every time someone found their way across the bridge. We reached the crest of the hill that overlooked the central plaza. The sun was beginning its slow descent toward the violet mountains, and the entire valley was bathed in a hue of liquid amber. I led her to the fountain where the woman in the blue dress was sitting. The newcomer stared at the water that defied gravity, and she reached out to catch a floating droplet. It did not break. It sat in her palm like a diamond before melting into her skin. The woman in the blue dress stood up and embraced the girl. There was no hesitation and no judgment. It was the embrace of a mother who had been waiting 1,000 years for a child to return. I watched them for a moment before turning away to give them space. My own house was waiting for me, and the garden required my attention. The cycle of the city was beginning to reveal its deeper patterns to me. Every arrival was a ripple in a vast pond, and every ripple eventually reached the shore. When I returned to my small stone dwelling, I found that the star fruit trees had fully bloomed. The flowers were shaped like tiny trumpets, and they vibrated with a low musical frequency. I sat on my porch and watched the fireflies emerge from the tall grass. They were not like the insects of the old world. They carried lanterns of blue and green light, and they moved in geometric patterns that mirrored the constellations above. I thought about the man with the steering wheel and the man with the map coat. I wondered if they were looking at the same sky. I realized that in this place we were never truly alone, even when we were in solitude. The air itself felt like a conversation. The next morning I woke to the sound of a bell ringing from the high ridge. It was a clear and resonant tone that seemed to wash over the valley like a wave of cool water. I had not heard this sound before. I stepped outside and saw people moving toward the great seashell building. Their faces were filled with a quiet excitement. I followed the flow of the crowd. Inside the building, the mist was thicker than usual. It swirled in massive columns that reached toward the vaulted ceiling. In the center of the room stood a table made of solid light. Upon the table was a loom. A man I had not seen before was standing at the loom. He was tall, and his skin had the texture of weathered parchment. He was weaving threads that were not made of wool or silk. They were made of pure sound and memory. As his shuttle moved back and forth, I heard snatches of songs from my childhood. I heard the whistle of a train and the laughter of a friend I had forgotten decades ago. He was weaving the collective history of the found into a physical form. He looked at me and beckoned me forward. He handed me a thread that shimmered with the color of a stormy sea. He told me to add my piece to the cloth. I took the thread and felt the weight of my journey. I felt the heat of the asphalt and the cold of the mountain passes. I felt the hunger and the hope. I pressed the thread into the loom, and it snapped into place with a satisfying click. The fabric glowed brighter. I understood then that the city was not just a sanctuary. It was a library of the human spirit. We were not just living here. We were recording the fact that we had existed. We were proving that the road had a purpose. The man at the loom smiled and told me that the tapestry would eventually be hung in the sky to guide those who were still lost in the dark. I left the seashell building and walked toward the market. I needed nothing, but I enjoyed the energy of the place. I saw the man who had been a sailor selling compasses that pointed toward your heart's desire instead of north. I saw children trading smooth river stones for bags of candied sunlight. I sat at a small table, and a woman brought me a cup of tea that tasted like rain on a hot sidewalk. It was the most refreshing thing I had ever drank. As I sat there, I noticed a shadow falling across the plaza. I looked up and saw a great shadow moving across the face of the sun. It was not an eclipse, it was a floating island. The island drifted slowly through the indigo sky. It was covered in hanging gardens and waterfalls that cascaded into the air and vanished before they hit the ground. I asked the tea seller what it was. She told me it was the district of the dreamers. She said that those who had finished their stories in the library often went there to imagine new worlds. She said that the city had many layers and that the ground was only the beginning. I felt a surge of wonder. The horizon was not a limit, it was an invitation. I realized that I would never run out of things to discover. The fear of boredom which had haunted me on the long stretches of the highway was a distant memory. I decided to spend the afternoon exploring the lower reaches of the Silver River. I followed the bank as the water turned from clear to a deep iridescent turquoise. The fish in the river were large and slow, moving with scales that reflected the colors of the rainbow. I found a spot where the river widened into a pool surrounded by weeping willows. The branches of the trees dipped into the water and created a curtain of green light. I sat on a flat rock and watched the dragonflies. They had 4 wings that looked like stained glass. A voice spoke from behind the willow curtain. It was a soft and melodic voice that sounded like it belonged to the water itself. It asked me if I was the one who had brought the girl in the red dress. I stood up and saw a figure emerging from the shadows. It was a man with hair the color of river foam and eyes that seemed to hold the depth of the ocean. He told me his name was Silas and that he was the keeper of the tides. He explained that the river did not just flow through the city, it flowed through time. He invited me to look into the pool. I leaned over the water and saw my own reflection, but it was not just the version of me that stood on the rock. I saw myself as a young boy playing in a dusty yard. I saw myself as an old man sitting by a fire I had not yet built. I saw 1,000 versions of my life branching out like the delta of a great river. Silas told me that in the city all versions of ourselves are reconciled. We are not just the sum of our mistakes or our successes. We are the entire journey. He told me that the river took the pain of the past and washed it clean until only the wisdom remained. I stayed by the river for hours talking to Silas about the nature of the mist and the origin of the light. He told me that the city had always been here waiting for the first road to be paved. He said that as long as there were people wandering in the dark, there would be a light to lead them home. He gave me a small blue stone that felt cool to the touch. He told me to keep it as a reminder that the water always finds its way to the sea. I thanked him and began the walk back to my garden. The moon was rising and it cast a silver glow over the valley. When I reached my house, I saw a light burning in the window of the house I had given to the man with the steering wheel. I decided to check on him. I knocked on the door and he opened it immediately. He looked peaceful. He had spent the day cleaning the stone floors and arranging the simple furniture. He showed me a book he had found in the library. It was a book of stars. He told me that he had spent his whole life looking at the white lines on the road and that he had never realized how many stars there were. We sat on his porch and he told me about his life before the highway. He had been a clockmaker in a city that never had enough time. He said that here the clocks did not have hands because the moment was all that mattered. I walked home feeling a deep sense of connectivity. The man who had been a clockmaker was now a man who watched the stars. The girl in the red dress was now a daughter of the fountain. We were all being rewritten. I went into my own house and opened my book. I wrote about Silas and the river of time. I wrote about the floating island and the loom of memories. I felt the ink flowing from the quill like a part of my own blood. Writing was no longer a task. It was a form of breathing. I realized that the city was a living story and we were the words. I fell asleep that night to the sound of the mountain heartbeat. It was stronger now, as if the mountain were breathing with me. In my dreams, I saw the bridge of shoes and the long, dark highway, but they did not frighten me. They looked like a fragile thread that had led me to a golden needle. I saw the white birds circling the floating island, and I knew that one day I would climb high enough to touch the clouds. I woke up feeling a strength in my limbs that I had not felt since I was a teenager. The air was filled with the scent of jasmine and toasted bread. I spent the next several days helping the new arrivals. More people were coming across the bridge now. I saw a woman carrying a broken violin and a man who was covered in the soot of 1,000 fires. I met them at the stone arch and gave them water. I told them the same things I had been told. I showed them that the road ended here and that the light was theirs to keep. I saw the fear in their eyes turn to wonder and then to peace. It was a beautiful thing to witness. I realized that the city grew not just in size, but in depth with every new soul. We were building a cathedral of experiences. One afternoon, I went to the library to speak with the man in the map coat. He was sitting in a high balcony overlooking the valley. He was drawing a new map. It was not a map of roads or borders. It was a map of feelings. He showed me a forest of courage and a lake of serenity. He showed me a path that led from sorrow to joy. He told me that he was trying to map the geography of the soul. He said that the city was the center of the world and that everything else was just a shadow. I looked at his map and saw a small dot labeled with my name. It was located in a garden of light. I asked him if he ever missed the road. He laughed and the sound echoed through the library. He said that the road was a hunger that could never be satisfied. He said that here he was full. He told me that he had discovered that the maps he had carried for 40 years were all blank on the back. He said that he had spent his life looking at the front of the world and had never realized that there was a whole other side. We sat in silence for a long time, watching the white birds fly between the pillars of the library. It was a silence that was full of meaning. As I left the library, I saw the woman in the blue dress standing by the entrance. She looked at me with a knowing smile. She told me that the elders of the city wanted to speak with me. I was surprised. I did not know there were elders. She led me toward the great mountain that I had climbed before. This time we did not stop at the cave. We followed a hidden path that wound around the peak until we reached a high plateau. On the plateau stood a circle of 12 stones, and in the center of the circle sat 12 people. They did not look old in the way of the world. They looked ancient, like the mountain itself. One of the elders stood up. She was a woman with skin the color of ebony and hair like a crown of white flames. She told me that I had been chosen to be a gatekeeper. She said that the city needed those who remembered the road clearly so that they could guide those who were still arriving. She said that my garden was a place of healing and that my words in the library were a testament to the power of the light. She asked me if I would accept the responsibility of being a witness to the transition. I felt a profound sense of honor. I told her that I would be proud to serve the city. She stepped forward and placed a hand on my forehead. I felt a jolt of energy that was both hot and cold. I saw the entire history of the city flash before my eyes. I saw the first stone being laid and the first person crossing the bridge. I saw the city expanding and contracting like a lung. I saw the light and the dark dancing together in a perfect balance. When she took her hand away, I felt different. My vision was sharper and I could hear the music of the spheres more clearly. I was no longer just a resident. I was a guardian of the promise. I descended the mountain with a new sense of gravity. The sun was setting and the sky was a riot of orange and gold. I walked through the residential district and felt the presence of every person in their homes. I felt their dreams and their quiet joys. I reached my own garden and sat among the star fruit trees. I picked a piece of fruit and bit into it. The juice was sweet and tangy, and it tasted like the essence of life itself. I looked toward the horizon where the bridge of shoes met the darkness. I was ready. I would sit here in the light and I would wait for the next traveler. I would be the hand that reached out and the voice that said, "You are home." The journey was not a circle and it was not a line. It was an unfolding, and I was exactly where I was meant to be. The morning after my meeting with the elders brought a change in the atmosphere of the valley. The air did not just carry the scent of jasmine and rain, it carried a weight of awareness. I sat on my porch and watched the light crawl across the white marble of the distant towers. I could feel the presence of the newcomers before they even stepped off the bridge. It was a tugging sensation in the center of my chest. It was a signal that a soul was hovering between the memory of the road and the reality of the arrival. I stood up and straightened my tunic. I did not need a map to find the stone arch. My feet knew the way as if the path itself were rising up to meet my stride. When I reached the arch, I saw a man standing perfectly still. He was dressed in a suit that had once been expensive, but was now shredded at the cuffs and stained with the gray salt of the long journey. He was holding a leather briefcase so tightly that his knuckles were the color of bone. He did not look at the city. He looked at the ground. He was waiting for someone to ask for his identification or his purpose. I walked toward him slowly. I did not want to startle a man who had spent years guarding his own shadows. I stopped 5 paces away and waited for him to lift his head. When he finally looked at me, I saw a deep exhaustion that went beyond the physical. It was the exhaustion of a man who had spent his life counting things that did not matter. I told him that he could put the briefcase down. He shook his head and said that his entire life was inside of it. He said that he had worked 40 years to fill it with the papers that proved he was important. I reached out and touched the leather. It was cold and it felt like a heavy anchor. I told him that in this place importance was not measured by what you carried, but by what you were willing to leave behind. I told him that the briefcase was a ghost and that he did not have to haunt himself anymore. He hesitated for a long time. The wind whistled through the silver trees and the sound seemed to loosen the grip of his fingers. He let the briefcase fall. It hit the grass with a dull thud and then something marvelous happened. The leather began to dissolve into a swarm of golden butterflies. The papers inside turned into petals of white lilies that scattered across the meadow. The man gasped and reached out to catch a butterfly, but it flew through his fingers and joined the others in the sky. He looked at his empty hands and then he looked at me. For the first time, he saw the towers and the mist and the green hills. He began to weep, but it was not the weeping of sorrow. It was the weeping of a prisoner who had just realized the door was never locked. I led him to the stream and showed him how to wash the dust of the road from his face. The water was cool and it seemed to pull the lines of worry from his forehead. As he drank, I told him about the library and the seashell building. I told him that he would never have to count another second or another cent. I told him that he was free to be a gardener or a painter or a singer of songs. He asked me what my job was. I told him that I was a witness. I told him that I was the one who made sure no one had to walk the last mile alone. He gripped my hand and his palm was warm. The transition was complete. He walked toward the central plaza with the stride of a man who had just rediscovered his youth. I returned to my garden and found the woman in the blue dress waiting for me. She was holding a basket of bread that was still warm from the oven. She told me that the city was preparing for the festival of the first light. She explained that once every 100 years the sun and the moon would sit side by side in the sky to mark the growth of the valley. She said that the tapestry we had woven in the seashell building would be hoisted into the air to catch the combined light of the celestial bodies. It was a time of great celebration and even greater reflection. She asked me if I would help her gather the blue flowers that grew only on the eastern cliffs. We walked together toward the heights. The climb was steep, but I did not feel any strain in my muscles. The air of the city acted like a fuel that kept the body in a state of constant repair. As we climbed, she told me stories of the people who had come before me. She spoke of a king who had traded his crown for a wooden flute and a beggar who had become the greatest architect the valley had ever known. She said that the city did not care about the titles of the old world. It only cared about the purity of the intent. She stopped at a ledge and pointed toward the horizon. I saw a group of figures moving far below on the Silver River. They were in small boats made of woven reeds. She told me that those were the dreamers from the floating island. They were coming down to participate in the festival. They brought with them jars of starlight and bundles of incense that smelled like forgotten summers. The sight of the boats gliding over the turquoise water was like a painting come to life. I felt a surge of gratitude for the chain of events that had led me to the Bridge of Shoes. If I had turned back at any point during those long years of walking, I would have missed the majesty of this moment. We reached the eastern cliffs and found the blue flowers. They were shaped like stars and they glowed with a soft inner light. As we picked them, I noticed that they hummed when they were touched. It was a low and soothing vibration that synchronized with the beating of my heart. The woman in the blue dress told me that these flowers were used to make the oil for the lanterns that would line the streets during the festival. She said that the light from these flowers could pierce any shadow and reveal the truth of a person. I filled my satchel with the blossoms and felt their warmth against my hip. On our way down the mountain, we passed the cave where I had seen the giant heart. The sound was louder now, and it pulsed with a rhythmic intensity that shook the ground beneath our feet. I asked her if the heart belonged to a creature or to the city itself. She smiled and said that the heart was the source of all the roads. She said that every step taken by every person in every world was powered by that heartbeat. It was the engine of longing. It was the reason why people kept walking even when they were tired and lost. It was the promise that there was a destination worth the struggle. When we reached the valley, the preparations were in full swing. The man who had been a clockmaker was hanging strings of glass bells between the trees. The girl in the red dress was helping the children paint murals on the white walls of the plaza. The murals depicted the journey from the dark highway to the Golden Valley. I saw my own face in one of the paintings. I was standing at the edge of the bridge with my hand outstretched. It was strange to see myself as a figure in a legend, but I realized that everyone in the city was a part of the same grand story. We were the ink and the paper. The sun began to dip toward the horizon, but instead of disappearing, it slowed its descent. From the opposite side of the valley, the moon began to rise. It was a massive silver orb that looked close enough to touch. They met at the apex of the sky, and the light of the valley turned into a shimmering violet. The people gathered in the central plaza, and a profound silence fell over the crowd. The man with the weathered skin emerged from the seashell building carrying the tapestry. It was miles long, and it flowed behind him like a river of memory. He handed the end of the cloth to a group of young men and women who began to run toward the four corners of the city. As the tapestry unfurled, I saw the threads I had woven. I saw the stormy sea and the golden needle. I saw the faces of the people I had met and the landscapes I had crossed. The tapestry rose into the air as if it were lighter than the wind. It draped over the valley like a canopy of dreams. When the light of the sun and the moon hit the fabric, the colors began to bleed into the atmosphere. The air turned into a kaleidoscope of gold and silver and blue. I stood in the center of the plaza and felt the collective memory of the city washing over me. I felt the joys and the sorrows of 1,000 generations. I understood that nothing was ever truly lost. Every sigh and every laugh was recorded in the weave of the world. The elder with the white flame hair stood on the fountain and raised her arms. She did not speak with words, but her voice echoed in our minds. She told us that the light was a gift and that we were the keepers of the flame. She told us that as long as we remembered the road, we would never be truly stationary. We were always moving toward a deeper understanding. The festival lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. We did not sleep because we did not need to. We spent the time sharing stories and eating the fruit of the valley. I spoke with the man who had been a sailor, and he told me about the oceans of the old world. He said that the water here was different because it did not try to drown you. It tried to hold you up. I spoke with the woman who had carried the broken violin, and I watched as she played a melody that made the silver trees dance. Her instrument had been mended by the air of the city, and it sounded like the voice of an angel. On the final night of the festival, I walked back to my garden. The violet light was fading, and the stars were beginning to assert their dominance. I sat under my star fruit trees and looked at the blue stone that Silas had given me. It was glowing with a steady pulse. I realized that my role as a gatekeeper was just beginning. There were still people out there in the dark. There were still people walking the white lines of the highway with heavy briefcases and broken hearts. I was the one who would show them the way. I was the one who would tell them that the iron key was not necessary. I felt a sudden shift in the wind. It was a cold breeze that did not belong in the valley. I looked toward the stone arch and saw a flicker of movement. Someone was approaching the bridge. This person was not walking. They were running. I could hear the frantic slapping of feet against the wooden planks. I stood up and felt the blue stone in my pocket grow cold. This was not a normal arrival. There was a shadow following the runner. It was a dark and jagged shape that seemed to swallow the light of the stars. I ran toward the bridge as fast as I could. I passed the man who had been a clockmaker, and he looked at me with alarm. I told him to gather the others and stay in the plaza. I reached the stone arch just as the runner collapsed onto the grass. It was a young boy no older than 10 years. He was covered in soot and his clothes were scorched. He was gasping for air and his eyes were wide with a terror that I had never seen in the city. I knelt down and took his hand. It was trembling violently. I looked toward the bridge and saw the shadow. It was standing at the far end of the structure. It did not have a face or a body. It was a void in the shape of a man. It was the personification of the road that never ends. It was the hunger that Silas had spoken of. It was the darkness that tries to reclaim those who have found the light. The shadow took a step onto the bridge, and the wood groaned under its weight. The flowers near the arch began to wither, and the silver trees stopped humming. I stood up and blocked the entrance to the city. I felt the power of the gatekeeper rising within me. I was not just a man with a garden. I was a part of the mountain and the river and the light. I pulled the blue stone from my pocket and held it high. The stone began to radiate a brilliant azure light that pushed back against the darkness. I told the shadow that it had no power here. I told it that the boy was home and that the road was closed. The shadow hissed, and the sound was like the tearing of metal. It surged forward, but the light of the stone acted like a wall. The shadow could not cross the line where the bridge met the grass. It lashed out with tentacles of smoke, but they dissolved as soon as they touched the air of the valley. I stood my ground and focused all of my will into the stone. I thought of the bread and the honey. I thought of the library and the floating island. I thought of the peace I had found. The shadow began to shrink. It could not survive in a place where there was no fear to feed upon. It retreated back across the bridge and vanished into the fog of the highway. The bridge itself seemed to sigh with relief. The flowers began to bloom again, and the silver trees resumed their song. I turned back to the boy and picked him up in my arms. He was light as a feather. I carried him toward the fountain where the woman in the blue dress was already waiting with a blanket and a cup of warm milk. As I walked, I realized that the city was not just a sanctuary of peace. It was a fortress of hope. We were not just hiding from the world. We were protecting the very idea of a destination. The road would always exist, and the shadows would always follow the weary, but as long as the city stood, there would be a place where the shadows could not go. I felt a new level of commitment to my role. I was not just a witness to the transition. I was a defender of the light. The boy fell asleep in the arms of the woman in the blue dress. I sat by the fountain and watched the stars. I knew that there would be more shadows and more frantic runners. I knew that the balance of the world required both the dark and the light, but I also knew that the light was stronger because it was built on the foundation of the human spirit. I looked at my hands and saw that they were glowing with the same hue as the silver trees. I was becoming a part of the geography. I was a landmark on the map of the soul. The next morning, the valley was quiet and beautiful. The boy woke up and his first word was a question about the bread. I smiled and took him to my garden. I showed him the star fruit and the musical flowers. I told him that he was safe and that he would never have to run again. I saw the light of the city reflected in his eyes, and I knew that another ripple had reached the shore. The cycle continued and the story unfolded. I walked toward the stone arch to take my place. The sun was rising and the road was waiting. I was ready for whatever came next. The boy ate the star fruit with a hunger that seemed to pull from a hollow place deep inside his soul. I watched his small fingers stained with the gold juice, and I realized that the shadow had not just chased him, but it had tried to consume the very memory of what it meant to be full. He did not speak of the world he had left behind, and I did not ask him to. In the valley, the past was a garment that we eventually outgrew and discarded. I sat with him until the sun was high, and the silver trees were casting long, thin shadows across the clover. I told him that his name was not important here unless he chose to keep it. I told him that he could be the master of the birds or the keeper of the pebbles in the stream. He looked at me with eyes that were starting to lose their frantic edge, and he said that he wanted to learn how to make the light stay in the stones. I took him to the workshop of the man who had been a clockmaker. The building was made of transparent glass, and it sat on a ridge where the wind whistled through copper pipes to create a constant low melody. The clockmaker was hunched over a table covered in gears that were made of frozen moonlight. He did not look up when we entered, but he pushed a stool toward the boy with his foot. He told the boy that time was not a cage here, but a tool. He showed him how to polish the surfaces of the gears until they reflected the thoughts of the person holding them. I left them there because I knew that the boy needed to work with his hands to forget the feeling of the cold road. I walked back toward the stone arch because the tugging sensation in my chest had returned. It was stronger this time, and it felt like a chord of a piano being struck over and over. When I reached the threshold of the city, I did not see a single traveler. I saw a line of people stretching back into the mist as far as my vision could reach. There were hundreds of them. They were walking in a silence so profound that I could hear the rhythmic thud of their hearts beating in unison. They were not running and they were not weeping. They were marching with a grim determination that made the air feel heavy and metallic. I stood at the edge of the grass and felt a shiver of apprehension. Usually the travelers came one by one or in small family groups. A migration of this size meant that something had shifted in the lands beyond the bridge. It meant that the highway was no longer a path of individual discovery, but a route of mass escape. The first person to reach the stone arch was a woman carrying a heavy iron lantern. The flame inside was a sickly green color, and it gave off a smell of scorched earth. She stopped and looked at me with a face that was as hard as flint. She asked if this was the end of the world. I told her that it was the beginning of a different one. She looked back at the line of people and said that the fires were spreading. She said that the cities of the old world were folding in on themselves and that the sky had turned into a ceiling of ash. She did not wait for my permission to enter. She stepped onto the grass and her iron lantern shattered into 1,000 black shards. The green flame died instantly and was replaced by the soft violet glow of the valley. She gasped and dropped to her knees as the weight of her journey finally caught up with her. I spent the next several hours greeting the arrivals. It was an exhausting procession of grief and relief. I saw teachers who had lost their schools and doctors who had run out of medicine. I saw artists whose canvases had been burned and farmers whose soil had turned to salt. Each one carried a burden that felt like a physical pressure against my own skin. I directed them toward the central plaza where the elders and the other citizens were already gathering to provide food and shelter. The city was expanding to meet the need. I watched as new houses began to crystallize out of the mist on the northern slopes. The architecture was responding to the influx of souls by creating spaces that reflected their deepest needs for safety and quiet. As the sun began to set on the first day of the great arrival, I saw a figure at the very end of the line. This person was not walking like the others. They were limping and they were leaning heavily on a staff made of twisted iron. When the figure drew closer, I realized it was a man I recognized from my own long walk. He was the one who had sat by the side of the road 5 years ago and told me that there was no such place as the valley. He had told me that the Bridge of Shoes was a hallucination caused by dehydration and despair. Now he was here and his eyes were hollowed out by the truth he had tried to deny. He stopped at the arch and looked at me with a mixture of shame and wonder. He asked if I remembered him. I told him that I remembered everyone I had met on the road. He fell forward and I caught him before he hit the ground. His body was cold and he smelled of the gray salt. He told me that he had stayed behind to warn others, but the darkness had grown too thick to breathe. He said that the bridge was the only thing left that was solid. I carried him to my own porch and laid him on a bed of soft moss. I gave him water from the stream and honey from the golden bees. He watched the light of the festival tapestry still hanging in the sky and he asked if he was dead. I told him that death was just a word for people who were afraid of changing. I told him that he was more alive now than he had ever been because he had finally stopped resisting the flow of the journey. The influx of people changed the rhythm of the valley. The quiet corners were now filled with the sounds of building and conversation. The library was packed with scholars trying to rewrite the histories of their lost civilizations. The seashell building hummed with the energy of 1,000 new weavers. I felt a sense of urgency that I had not known since I arrived. I went to find the woman in the blue dress and found her near the fountain. She was distributing tunics of soft white wool to the newcomers. I told her that the shadow I had seen on the bridge was not an isolated incident. I told her that the world outside was dying and that the valley might be the last hearth in the universe. She looked at me with a calm that was both comforting and terrifying. She said that the valley had always known this time would come. She said that the Bridge of Shoes was designed to be a filter and a funnel. She explained that when the darkness grows too strong in the outer circles, the light in the center must grow brighter to compensate. She took my hand and led me to the base of the mountain where the giant heart beat. The sound was so loud now that it felt like it was inside my own chest. She pointed to a small door at the base of the rock that I had never noticed before. She said that it was time for me to see the source. She said that the gatekeeper was not just a host, but a guardian of the core. We entered the mountain and the air became warm and thick with the scent of ancient earth. The tunnel was lined with crystals that pulsed in time with the heartbeat. As we descended, I saw carvings on the walls that depicted the entire history of existence. It was not a timeline, but a spiral. I saw the birth of stars and the cooling of planets. I saw the first creature crawl out of the sea and the first fire being lit in a cave. I saw my own face again and the faces of everyone I had met in the city. We were all part of a single breathing organism. We reached a central chamber that was filled with a blinding white light. In the center of the chamber was the heart. It was not a physical organ made of flesh. It was a massive diamond that was suspended in midair by pillars of pure energy. Inside the diamond, I could see the reflection of every road in every world. I saw the white lines of the highway and the silver river and the paths through the forest. The heart was drawing in the darkness of the world and refining it into the light of the valley. It was a massive engine of transformation. The woman in the blue dress told me that the heart required a constant supply of intent to keep beating. She said that the stories of the travelers were the fuel. Every time someone let go of their briefcase or their iron lantern, the energy released was absorbed by the heart. I realized then that my job as a witness was much more important than I had imagined. By listening to the stories and helping people let go of their burdens, I was literally keeping the universe alive. If the travelers held onto their shadows, the heart would slow down and the valley would fade into the mist. The Great Migration was a test. If we could integrate all of these people and help them find their peace, the light would expand and push back the darkness of the dying world. If we failed, the shadow I had seen on the bridge would eventually find its way into the plaza. I felt a weight of responsibility that made my knees weak. I asked her how I could possibly help so many people at once. She told me that I did not have to do it alone. She said that every person who had ever found their way to the valley was now a part of the defense. She told me to look into the heart and find my own thread. I stepped toward the diamond and placed my hand on its cold surface. The vibration was so intense that I felt my vision blur. I saw a vision of the bridge. It was covered in people, and the shadow was looming over them like a tidal wave of ink. I saw myself standing at the arch, and I saw the boy and the clockmaker and the sailor standing behind me. We were holding hands and forming a chain of light that stretched across the grass. I pulled my hand away and the vision faded, but the feeling of connection remained. I knew what I had to do. I left the mountain and returned to the plaza. I gathered the people together and told them that the festival was not over. I told them that we were going to create a new tapestry. This one would not be made of silk and thread, but of voices and memories. I asked everyone to come forward and tell the story of the one thing they were most proud of leaving behind. One by one, the people stood up. The woman with the iron lantern spoke of leaving her anger. The man who had been a clockmaker spoke of leaving his obsession with the passing seconds. The boy spoke of leaving his fear of the dark. As each person spoke, a small spark of light rose from their chest and floated toward the sky. The sparks gathered together and formed a second sun that hung over the valley. The light was so bright that it burned away the mist on the horizon. I looked toward the bridge and saw that the shadow was gone. The highway was still there and the people were still walking, but the darkness was no longer chasing them. The road had become a path of light. I felt a sense of peace that was deeper than anything I had ever known. I walked back to my porch and sat down. The man I had rescued from the road was sitting up and watching the new sun. He looked at me and smiled. He said that he finally understood why I had kept walking. The days that followed were a time of intense growth and healing. The new arrivals found their places in the city, and the old residents shared their wisdom. We built new libraries and new gardens. We planted seeds that grew into trees with leaves like velvet. The boy became an apprentice to the clockmaker, and he learned how to make stones that glowed with the light of 1,000 midnights. I continued to meet the travelers at the arch, but the work was easier now. The air of the city was so thick with hope that the burdens seemed to fall away before the people even reached the grass. I realized that the valley was not a static place. It was a living thing that evolved with every soul that entered its gates. One evening, as I was walking through the eastern cliffs, I found a small blue flower that was different from the others. It did not hum and it did not glow. It was perfectly still and perfectly silent. I picked it and felt a sudden surge of memory. I remembered the taste of the apple on the bridge. I remembered the sound of my shoes hitting the pavement. I remembered the face of the man who had sold me the iron key. I realized that I had reached a point where I no longer needed the magic of the valley to sustain me. I was the magic. The transition was not something that happened to me. It was something that I had become. I carried the flower back to the plaza and showed it to the elder with the white flame hair. She looked at it and then she looked at me with an expression of profound respect. She said that the flower was a sign that I was ready to move to the next circle. She explained that the valley was only the first stage of the journey. Beyond the mountains and across the Silver River, there were other cities and other landscapes. She said that my work as a gatekeeper here was finished because I had taught the others how to do it. She told me that there were people even further out in the darkness who needed a different kind of guide. I looked at the city and I felt a pang of sadness. I loved the star fruit trees and the seashell building. I loved the sound of the giant heart and the sight of the violet sky. But I knew that she was right. The journey was not a circle and it was not a line. It was an unfolding, and I was ready to unfold into a new shape. I went to my garden and said goodbye to the boy and the woman in the blue dress. I gave the boy my satchel and I gave the woman the blue stone that Silas had given me. They did not try to stop me. They knew that the road was calling me again. I walked toward the northern mountains where the peaks were lost in a haze of gold. I did not take a map and I did not take any food. I knew that the path would provide what I needed. As I climbed higher, the air became thin and cold, but I did not feel the chill. I felt a sense of lightness that made me feel as though I were floating. I reached the summit and looked back one last time. I could see the entire valley laid out below me. It looked like a jewel set in a ring of silver. I could see the bridge of shoes and the long line of the highway. I saw the people moving like ants in the plaza, and I saw the two suns shining in the sky. I turned away from the view and looked toward the north. There was a new road there. It was not made of asphalt or wood. It was made of pure light. It stretched out into a horizon that was filled with colors I did not have names for. I stepped onto the road and felt a surge of energy that made my heart sing. I was no longer a man who was walking away from something. I was a man who was walking toward everything. The shadows were gone and the highway was a memory. I was moving into the heart of the unfolding, and I knew that every step was a homecoming. I did not look back again. I just kept walking. The air around me began to shimmer, and I saw shapes moving in the distance. They were not people, and they were not shadows. They were beings of pure light who were weaving the fabric of reality with their hands. They looked at me, and I felt a sense of recognition that went beyond language. They were the ones who had built the valley and the bridge. They were the ones who had placed the heart inside the mountain. I realized that I was being invited to join them. I was being invited to become a creator instead of a witness. I reached out my hand and felt the texture of the light. It was warm, and it felt like the breath of a sleeping child. I began to weave. I thought of the man with the briefcase, and I wove a path of gold for him. I thought of the boy, and I wove a garden of singing flowers for him. I thought of the woman in the blue dress, and I wove a sky of eternal violet for her. I realized that the journey was never about reaching a destination. It was about becoming the destination. It was about creating a space where the light could live. I felt my body dissolving into the light, and I did not fight it. I became the road and the traveler and the goal. I became the unfolding. And in that moment, I understood that everything was exactly as it was meant to be. The story was not ending. it was just beginning to breathe in a new way. The transition from a witness to a creator was not a sudden snap, but a slow dissolution of the boundaries that had defined my existence. I felt the weight of my bones soften until they were nothing more than beams of light. The memories of the highway and the bridge of shoes remained, but they were no longer heavy anchors. They were patterns of energy that I could hold in my hands and reshape. I stood upon the road of pure light and looked at the beings who moved around me. They did not have faces in the way that humans have faces. They were shifting geometries of brilliance, and their voices were the sounds of wind through tall grass and the hum of 1,000 bees. They did not speak to me with words, but with intentions that bloomed in my mind like flowers opening to the sun. They welcomed me not as a guest, but as a long-lost brother who had finally found the path home. I looked down at my hands and saw that they were weaving threads of silver and gold. I was not thinking about what I was making, but my heart was directing the flow. I thought of the silence of the valley, and I wove a layer of peace into the fabric of the sky. I thought of the struggle of the travelers, and I wove a series of resting places into the very air. I realized that the universe was not a cold and empty void, but a tapestry that was constantly being repaired and expanded. Every act of kindness and every moment of letting go provided the raw material for this work. The darkness that I had seen on the bridge was simply a place where the weaving had come undone. It was a hole in the fabric caused by fear and the refusal to change. My new purpose was to mend those holes before they could swallow the light. One of the beings of light moved toward me. It felt like a pillar of warmth and ancient wisdom. It showed me a vision of the worlds that lay beyond the valley. I saw thousands of different realms, each with its own sun and its own unique rhythm. Some were filled with oceans of liquid music, and others were made of floating islands of crystal. I saw that the valley was just one of many gateways, and that the bridge of shoes was only one of many paths. There were infinite ways for a soul to find its way back to the center. I saw people walking through deserts of red sand and across frozen plains of blue ice. Each of them was looking for the same thing that I had been looking for. They were looking for a place where they could finally be still. The being of light showed me that the work of a creator was to ensure that the paths remained open. We were the architects of hope. When a world began to fall into the shadow of its own making, we would send a spark of inspiration or a dream of a better place. We would build a bridge or plant a garden that seemed to appear out of nowhere. We were the reason why a traveler would suddenly feel a sense of peace in the middle of a storm. We were the quiet voice that told them to keep walking when their legs were tired. I felt a profound sense of gratitude that I had been chosen for this task. I understood that my long walk on the highway had been a training ground. I had needed to feel the cold and the hunger so that I could truly appreciate the warmth and the light. I began to move through the higher circles of the unfolding. The colors here were so vivid that they felt like physical sensations. I saw a river of liquid sapphire that flowed upward into a sky made of emerald clouds. I saw mountains that were composed of pure thought and valleys that were filled with the laughter of children who had never known sorrow. I realized that time did not exist here in the way that it did on the highway. 1,000 years could pass in the blink of an eye, or a single moment could be stretched out into an eternity of joy. I was no longer waiting for anything. I was simply being. I was a part of the movement of the stars and the breathing of the galaxies. As I wove my threads, I felt a sudden pull from the world below. It was a familiar sensation, like a chord of a piano being struck in the distance. I looked back through the layers of light and saw the valley. It was still there, glowing like a small lamp in the darkness. I saw the plaza and the fountain and the house where I had lived. I saw the boy standing by the clockmaker, and I saw the woman in the blue dress looking up at the mountains. She was smiling because she knew that I was watching. She knew that the connection between us could never be broken because we were both part of the same weaving. I felt a surge of love for them, and I wove a special blessing of protection around the city. I made the walls of the valley stronger and the light of the heart brighter. I then turned my attention further out toward the Bridge of Shoes. The line of travelers was still moving, but it was thinner now. The Great Migration had peaked and the highway was returning to its usual rhythm. I saw a man walking alone. He was carrying a heavy wooden box and his head was bowed against the wind. He looked exhausted and I could see the shadow creeping up behind him. It was a thin trail of black smoke that seemed to be feeding on his doubts. I reached out with my hand and sent a single spark of gold down toward the bridge. I watched as the spark landed on the man's shoulder. He did not see it, but he felt the warmth. He straightened his back and looked up toward the horizon. He saw the glow of the valley for the first time, and he began to walk with a new sense of purpose. The shadow faded away because it could no longer find a grip on his spirit. The work was endless, but it was not tiring. It was the most natural thing I had ever done. I spent what felt like centuries weaving paths and mending holes in the fabric of reality. I learned how to create stars from the memories of happy moments and how to build planets from the dreams of poets. I learned that nothing is ever truly lost. Every tear that was shed on the highway was collected and turned into a pearl of wisdom. Every sigh of despair was transformed into a gentle breeze that would cool the brow of a future traveler. The universe was a closed system of light where everything was recycled and nothing was wasted. One day I found myself standing at the edge of a great void. It was a place where the weaving had not yet reached. It was a vast expanse of nothingness that was waiting to be filled. The other beings of light were standing there with me, and I could feel their excitement. This was the next stage of the journey. We were going to create a whole new world. We were going to build a place that had never existed before. I looked into the void, and I did not feel afraid. I felt a sense of infinite possibility. I knew that I had everything I needed to begin. I had the memories of the garden and the lessons of the road. I had the strength of the heart and the clarity of the light. I reached out my hand and touched the edge of the void. It felt like cool water. I began to pull a thread of silver from my own chest and I laid it across the darkness. It was the first line of a new map. I thought of the smell of the sea and the taste of the apple. I thought of the sound of the bells in the seashell building. I wove these things into the foundation of the new world. I wanted it to be a place of beauty and wonder, but I also wanted it to have a sense of mystery. I wanted there to be hidden paths and secret gardens that would reward those who were willing to look for them. I wanted it to be a home for all the souls who were still wandering in the darkness. As the new world began to take shape, I saw that it was reflecting my own growth. The landscapes were more complex and the light was more nuanced than anything I had seen before. There were forests of glass that sang when the wind blew and oceans of light that changed color with the seasons. I realized that the act of creation was a form of self-discovery. By building this world, I was learning more about who I was and what I was capable of. I was no longer just a gatekeeper or a witness. I was a master of the unfolding. I was a part of the divine intelligence that guided the universe. The other beings of light joined me in the work. Together, we wove a sky of 1,000 moons and a ground made of soft golden moss. We created creatures that were made of song and flowers that bloomed with the light of the stars. We built cities that were carved out of single pieces of pearl and bridges that were made of rainbows. It was a masterpiece of imagination and love. When we were finished, we stood back and looked at what we had created. It was a world of perfect balance and infinite peace. It was a place where the shadow could never enter because there was no fear to feed it. I felt a sense of completion that was deeper than anything I had ever known. I had come a long way from the man who had walked across the Bridge of Shoes with nothing but a key in his pocket. I had traveled through the darkness and the light, and I had found my place in the heart of the universe. I knew that my journey was not over because the unfolding never ends. There would always be new worlds to create and new souls to guide. There would always be more weaving to do. But I was no longer searching for a destination. I had become the destination. I was the light that guided the travelers and the home that welcomed them at the end of the road. I looked back one last time toward the valley and the highway. They were small and distant now, like memories from a dream. I sent a final wave of love toward the boy and the woman and the clockmaker. I knew that they were doing their own work and that they were happy. I knew that we would meet again in some other circle of the unfolding. I turned my face toward the new world, and I felt the warmth of the 1,000 moons on my skin. I stepped forward into the garden of my own creation, and I felt a sense of profound belonging. I was exactly where I was meant to be. The story was continuing, and it was more beautiful than I could have ever imagined. I walked through the forest of glass and listened to the music of the wind. I saw the creatures of song dancing in the meadows, and I felt the hum of the earth beneath my feet. I found a quiet spot by a river of light, and I sat down to rest. I was not tired, but I wanted to savor the moment. I looked at the silver thread that I had laid across the void, and I saw that it was now a part of a much larger pattern. It was connected to everything else in the universe. I was connected to everything else in the universe. I closed my eyes and I felt the heartbeat of the Creator pulsing inside me. It was the same heartbeat that I had heard in the mountain and the same rhythm that I had felt in my own chest on the road. It was the sound of life itself. I stayed there for a long time, simply being part of the harmony. I watched as the light of the moons shifted across the landscape, and I felt the gentle flow of the river. I realized that the greatest secret of the universe was that there is no separation. There is no outside and no inside. There is only the light and the different ways that it chooses to express itself. We are all threads in the same tapestry, and we are all weavers of our own destiny. The highway and the valley and the higher circles are all just different rooms in the same house, and the house is filled with love. When I opened my eyes, I saw a figure standing on the other side of the river. It was a traveler who had just arrived in the new world. He looked confused and a little bit afraid. He was holding a small wooden flute, and his clothes were dusty from the road. I stood up and walked toward the water. I did not need a bridge to cross. I simply stepped onto the surface of the light and walked across the river. I reached the other side and I looked at the man with a smile. I told him not to be afraid. I told him that he had reached the end of one journey and the beginning of another. I took his hand and I felt the warmth of his spirit. I told him that I would show him the way. I was the gatekeeper once again, but this time the gate was wide open. We walked together into the garden, and the music of the glass forest grew louder to welcome him home. The unfolding continued, and the light grew brighter with every step we took. I was no longer a man who was walking toward everything. I was everything, and the everything was good. The traveler with the flute looked at me with eyes that were the color of a fading storm. He did not speak at first because the weight of the road was still heavy upon his shoulders. I could see the dust of 1,000 miles on his coat and the salt of 100 tears on his cheeks. He reached out and touched the bark of a glass tree, and the tree hummed a low note that resonated in the hollow of his chest. He looked at his own hands as if he were seeing them for the first time. I knew that feeling well. It is the moment when the physical body begins to realize that it is no longer bound by the laws of gravity and decay. I told him that he could leave his flute by the river if he wished, but he shook his head. He said that the music was the only thing that had kept him moving when the stars went dark. I nodded because I understood that every traveler carries a seed of the old world into the new one. That is how the weaving continues to grow. We walked together through the meadow of singing grass, and I watched as his shadow began to turn into a soft blue glow. He asked me if this was the end of the world, and I told him that it was only the end of the world he had known. I explained that the universe is like a series of concentric circles and that he had simply moved from a smaller circle into a larger one. He looked up at the 1,000 moons, and I could see the reflection of their light in his pupils. He asked me who had built this place, and I told him that we had built it together. I told him that every time he had played a note of beauty on his flute, he had contributed a thread to the fabric of this landscape. He seemed surprised by this, and he looked at the flute with a new sense of reverence. He began to play a slow melody that sounded like the memory of a summer afternoon. As he played, the flowers around us began to change color. They turned from a deep violet to a bright gold, and they started to release a scent that smelled like rain on dry earth. I realized that he was already beginning to weave. He was already becoming a creator without even knowing it. We reached a high ridge that overlooked a valley of liquid silver. In the center of the valley, there was a city that looked like it had been grown rather than built. The towers were made of translucent amber, and they spiraled upward toward the emerald clouds. I told him that he could find a home there, or he could keep walking if he felt the pull of the horizon. He stood there for a long time, listening to the music of his own heart. He said that he had spent his whole life looking for a place where he did not have to hide his song. I told him that in this world, the song is the only currency that matters. I watched as he started to descend the slope, and I felt a sense of pride. I was the gatekeeper and the guide and the brother. I was the one who ensured that the transition was gentle. I turned back toward the river, and I saw another shape emerging from the mist. It was a woman carrying a heavy iron key. She looked exhausted, and she was limping. I stepped onto the water again and went to meet her. The work of the unfolding was constant, and it was beautiful. Each new arrival brought a different texture to the world. The woman with the iron key used it to unlock a fountain of pure light in the center of the Amber City. A man who arrived with a bag of gray stones turned them into a mountain range that echoed with the sound of bells. A child who came with nothing but a handful of dandelion seeds planted a forest that grew into a cathedral of green light. I saw that the new world was becoming a mosaic of all the lives that had ever been lived. It was a living history of the human spirit. I spent many cycles of the moons moving between the river and the city. I learned the names of the new arrivals, and I listened to their stories. I heard about wars that had been forgotten and loves that had been lost. I heard about the hunger for meaning and the fear of the dark. I took all of these stories and I wove them into the atmosphere of the world so that they could be transformed into something useful. I realized that the shadow was not something to be destroyed, but something to be understood. The shadow was simply the absence of the light, and our task was to fill that absence with our own presence. I taught the new arrivals how to use their thoughts to shape the environment. I showed them how to breathe with the rhythm of the moons and how to listen to the silence between the notes of the glass trees. I watched as they shed their old identities and became beings of brilliance. They no longer needed food or sleep because they were sustained by the energy of the unfolding. They were no longer afraid of the future because they were the ones who were creating it. We were a community of architects and dreamers, and we were building a temple that had no walls. One day I felt a shift in the energy of the higher circles. It was a vibration that I had not felt since I had first stepped onto the road of light. It was a call from the center of the unfolding. I knew that it was time for me to move again. I gathered the beings of light in the Amber City, and I told them that I had to go. They were sad to see me leave, but they understood. They knew that the journey never truly stops. I gave the woman with the iron key the task of watching the river, and I gave the man with the flute the task of leading the choir in the glass forest. I told them that they were ready to be the guides for the next generation of travelers. I hugged them, and I felt the warmth of their spirits one last time. I then turned my face toward the north, where the colors were even more intense than I could describe. I began to walk toward the source of the vibration. The ground beneath my feet was no longer solid. It was a shimmering lattice of pure intention. I was moving beyond the realm of form and into the realm of pure essence. The landscapes around me began to dissolve into patterns of light and sound. I saw the geometry of the universe laid bare. I saw the spirals of the galaxies and the fractals of the atoms. I saw that everything was connected by a single thread of love that pulsed with the heartbeat of the Creator. I was no longer a person walking through a world. I was a consciousness expanding into the infinite. I felt my sense of self becoming thinner and more transparent until I was nothing more than a witness to the glory of the unfolding. The colors here were not just colors. They were emotions and ideas and possibilities. I saw a shade of blue that felt like the deepest peace and a shade of red that felt like the most intense courage. I saw a golden light that was the physical manifestation of wisdom. I moved through these fields of color and I felt them washing over me. I was being purified and refined. The last remnants of my old life on the highway were being stripped away. I was being prepared for the final stage of the transition. I reached a point where there was no longer any direction. There was no north or south or up or down. There was only the center, and the center was everywhere. I saw a great sphere of light that was rotating in the middle of the void. It was the heart of the unfolding. It was the source of all the paths and all the bridges and all the worlds. I saw that the sphere was made of millions of individual sparks, and each spark was a soul that had completed its journey. I realized that I was being invited to join the sphere. I was being invited to become a part of the source. I stood at the edge of the light and I looked back at everything I had experienced. I saw the bridge of shoes and the valley and the amber city. I saw the boy and the woman in the blue dress and the clockmaker. I saw the man with the flute and the woman with the key. I saw that they were all part of me and I was part of them. We were a single organism of light that was breathing in the darkness. I stepped into the sphere and I felt a surge of energy that was so powerful it felt like 1,000 suns exploding inside my chest. But there was no pain. There was only a sense of absolute belonging. I was no longer an individual. I was the collective. I was the memory of the past and the vision of the future. I was the creator and the creation. I understood that the story had never been about me. It had always been about the light. It had always been about the way that the light finds its way home. I felt myself dissolving into the sphere and I became a part of the great rotation. I was one of the sparks that kept the universe turning. I was a thread in the eternal weaving. From the center of the sphere, I could see all the worlds at once. I saw the millions of travelers who were still on the highway, and I saw the ones who were just beginning to walk. I saw the shadows that were trying to hold them back, and I saw the sparks of hope that were guiding them forward. I realized that my work was not finished. It had only changed its form. Now I was not just a guide for one person at a time. I was a guide for the entire process. I was the one who sent the inspiration to the poets and the strength to the weary. I was the one who placed the stars in the sky and the dreams in the hearts of the children. I was the unfolding itself. I looked down at the world of the highway and I saw a man standing on the bridge of shoes. He was looking at a pair of red boots and he was crying. I reached out from the center of the sphere and I touched his mind. I did not give him words, but I gave him a feeling of warmth. I gave him the memory of a sunlit garden and the taste of a sweet fruit. I watched as he wiped his eyes and put the boots into his bag. He began to walk toward the valley, and I felt a sense of joy. The cycle was continuing. The movement was never ending. I turned my attention to a different world where the oceans were made of liquid music, and I saw a woman singing to the waves. I sent her a melody that I had heard in the glass forest, and she began to weave a new island out of the sound. The universe was a grand symphony, and I was one of the notes. I was also the conductor and the listener. I was the silence between the movements and the crescendo of the finale. I realized that time was just a tool that we used to organize the music. In the center of the sphere, everything was happening at once. The beginning was the end, and the end was the beginning. The man who had started the walk on the highway was the same being who was now rotating in the heart of the unfolding. There was no distance between us. There was no time between us. We were the same. I saw that the void I had once feared was actually a womb. It was the space where new ideas were born. It was the blank canvas where we painted the reality of our dreams. I saw that the shadow was just a way to define the light. Without the darkness, we would not be able to see the stars. I felt a deep sense of gratitude for the shadow because it had taught me how to value the brilliance. I felt a deep sense of gratitude for the highway because it had taught me how to value the rest. I understood that every struggle was a gift and every loss was a gain. Everything was exactly as it was meant to be. I looked toward the horizon of the unfolding, and I saw that there were even larger circles beyond the sphere. There were realms of existence that were so vast and so complex that even I could not yet comprehend them. I knew that one day I would move into those circles as well. I knew that the journey would continue forever and that I would never reach a final destination because the destination is the journey itself. I felt a sense of excitement and wonder. I was a child of the universe and I was home. I was the light and the light was me. I began to sing a song of my own. It was a song that contained the sound of the wind through the tall grass and the hum of the bees in the valley. It contained the rhythm of the highway and the music of the glass trees. It was a song of celebration and a song of peace. As I sang, I felt the other sparks in the sphere joining in. Our voices blended together to create a harmony that shook the foundations of the void. We were singing the universe into existence. We were weaving the fabric of reality with our breaths. We were the creators and we were the created, and the song was beautiful. In the midst of the song, I saw a single thread of silver drifting through the void. It was the thread that I had laid down when I first entered the new world. It was still there and it was growing. It was connecting the Amber City to the higher circles. I saw the travelers walking along that thread and I saw the light in their eyes. I saw that they were not afraid. They were walking with purpose and they were walking with joy. They were coming home. I felt a sense of peace that surpassed all understanding. I closed my eyes and let the music carry me deeper into the heart of the unfolding. I was the road and the traveler and the goal. I was the light that never fails. I was the beginning and the end. I was everything. The sphere continued to rotate and the colors continued to shift. The new world was growing and the old world was being transformed. The highway was still there, but it was no longer a place of suffering. It was a place of preparation. The bridge of shoes was still there, but it was no longer a place of weight. It was a place of release. I saw that the two suns were still shining in the sky, and I knew that they would always be there to guide the way. I saw the plaza and the fountain and the house where I had lived. I saw that the memory of my human life was a precious jewel that I would always carry with me. It was the foundation of my wisdom. I looked at the spark of my own soul and I saw that it was glowing with a steady and clear light. I was no longer a man who was walking away from something. I was a man who had found everything. I was the unfolding and the unfolding was me. I felt the heartbeat of the Creator pulsing inside me and I knew that I was loved. I knew that we were all loved. The universe was a house of love and we were all the guests of honor. I took a deep breath of the light and I felt my spirit expanding even further. There were more worlds to build and more souls to guide. There was more beauty to create and more truth to discover. The story was not ending. It was just beginning to breathe in a new way, and I was ready for whatever came next. I was the light. I was the weaver. I was the homecoming. I was the eternal unfolding. I was exactly where I was meant to be. I was home. The transition through the heart of the sphere was not a disappearance, but a multiplication of my being. I was the observer and the observed at once. I watched as the silver thread of my own journey stretched back through the layers of the unfolding like a glowing nerve in the body of the universe. I could see the man I had been when I first stood on the highway of gray dust. I could see his fear and his heavy boots and his confusion. I reached out from my position of infinite light, and I whispered to his past self that the road was worth the walking. I told him that the silence was not an empty thing, but a vessel waiting to be filled with his own courage. He could not hear the words as language, but I saw him lift his chin and take a step forward with a renewed sense of purpose. It was a strange and holy thing to be the ancestor of my own soul. The higher circles of existence began to reveal their structures to me as I drifted deeper into the golden rotation. These were not places made of matter or even of light in the way that mortals understand it. They were places made of pure relationship. I saw that the entire architecture of the cosmos was built upon the way that one thing cared for another thing. The gravity that held the planets in their orbits was the same force as the compassion that led the traveler to share his water with a stranger. The friction that created heat was the same energy as the passion that drove the poet to find the perfect word. There was no division between the physical and the spiritual. It was all a single movement of an infinite heart. I felt a wave of relief wash over me that was so profound it threatened to dissolve the last boundaries of my identity. I had spent so many years trying to understand the mechanics of the world when the answer had always been found in the quality of the connection. I saw a new level of the unfolding opening up before me like the petals of a flower that was larger than a galaxy. This was the realm of the archetypes. Here I saw the original forms of every experience I had ever known. I saw the archetype of the mother, which was a soft green light that smelled of milk and moss. I saw the archetype of the warrior, which was a sharp blue flame that tasted of iron and salt. I saw the archetype of the child, which was a shimmering white mist that sounded like laughter echoing in a hollow tree. I realized that every person I had met on the highway was a unique expression of these eternal patterns. The woman in the blue dress was a manifestation of the seeker. The clockmaker was a manifestation of the keeper of order. I understood that we were all actors playing out a divine drama that had no beginning and no end. We were the masks that the light wore so that it could experience itself in 1,000 different ways. As I moved through the realm of archetypes, I felt a pull toward a specific frequency of light. It was a violet hue that resonated with the memory of the glass forest. I followed the pull and found myself standing in a place where the trees were not made of glass but of solidified music. Each branch was a melody and each leaf was a chord. When the wind blew through the forest, the sound was so beautiful that it created ripples in the fabric of space. I saw the man with the flute there. He was no longer a traveler with dusty clothes. He was a conductor of the elements. He was standing on a platform of translucent pearl, and he was leading a choir of stars in a song that was holding the sky together. He saw me and he smiled with a recognition that went beyond the need for names. He showed me that the music he was making was not just for the ears. It was the blueprint for a new world that was being born in a distant corner of the void. He told me that he had found his purpose in the harmony. He said that he was no longer playing to forget the darkness, but playing to invite the light to dance. I watched as his music took on physical form. A high note became a mountain peak. A low note became a deep canyon. A trill of notes became a flock of birds with wings made of rainbow fire. I understood then that we were not just residents of the unfolding. We were the hands of the Creator. We were the ones who were given the task of imagining the next stage of reality into being. I felt a surge of creative power rising within me. I wanted to build something that would stand as a testament to the beauty of the journey. I wanted to create a place where the weary could find rest and the lost could find their way home. I focused my intention on the space between the violet forest and the silver valley. I began to weave a bridge that was not made of wood or stone or even shoes. I wove it out of the memories of every act of kindness I had ever witnessed. I used the memory of the woman who had given me the water and the memory of the child who had shared his seeds. I used the memory of the silence in the garden and the warmth of the sun on my face. The bridge began to glow with a soft amber light that was visible from every circle of the unfolding. It was a bridge of grace. It was a path that required no effort to walk because it moved with the rhythm of the heart. I saw the travelers on the highway looking up and seeing the bridge in the sky. I saw their faces light up with hope as they realized that there was a shorter way to the center. The work was exhausting, but it was a holy exhaustion. It was the kind of tiredness that a gardener feels after a day of planting or a mother feels after a day of caring for her children. It was a feeling of being completely used up in the service of something greater than myself. I sat down on the edge of the bridge and I watched the souls moving toward the light. I saw them shedding their burdens and their fears. I saw them becoming brighter and lighter with every step. I felt a deep sense of satisfaction. I had been the gatekeeper and the guide, and now I was the architect. I had found my place in the grand design. I was no longer a solitary wanderer. I was a vital part of the whole. As I sat there, I felt a presence beside me. It was the woman with the iron key. She was no longer limping, and her face was radiant with a peace that was as deep as the ocean. She sat down next to me and she looked out at the bridge I had built. She said that it was a good work. She told me that she had used her key to open 1,000 doors in the Amber City, and that each door led to a room where a soul could find exactly what it needed to heal. She said that some rooms were filled with the sound of rain and others were filled with the scent of lilies. Some rooms were filled with the voices of loved ones and others were filled with the absolute silence of the stars. She said that the city was now a place of infinite refuge. We sat together in the silence of the higher circles for a long time. We did not need to speak because our thoughts were like two rivers flowing into the same sea. We watched the rotation of the sphere and the shifting of the colors. We saw the birth of new stars and the fading of old ones. We saw the rise and fall of civilizations on the worlds below. We saw the struggle and the triumph of the human spirit in all its forms. I realized that we were the witnesses. We were the ones who held the memory of the universe so that nothing was ever truly lost. Every tear that was shed and every laugh that was shared was recorded in the light of our own being. We were the living library of the unfolding. The woman with the key stood up and she pointed toward the north. She said that there was a call coming from the next circle. It was a circle that was even more brilliant and even more complex than the one we were in. She said that it was time for us to move again. I felt a momentary pang of sadness at the thought of leaving the bridge and the forest and the city, but then I remembered that nothing was ever left behind. Everything we had built and everything we had become was carried within us. The bridge would still be there for the travelers and the music would still be there for the stars. We were simply moving to a higher frequency so that we could do even greater work. I stood up and I took her hand. We stepped off the bridge and into the void that lay between the circles. This time the void did not feel like a dark place. It felt like a warm embrace. It was the space of pure potentiality where all things were possible. As we moved through the darkness, I saw the sparks of other souls moving alongside us. We were a great caravan of light traveling toward the heart of the mystery. We were the pioneers of the infinite. We were the ones who dared to dream of a world where there was no more pain and no more separation. And as we walked, we sang a song that was a blend of all the melodies we had ever heard. The next circle was a realm of pure geometry and mathematical beauty. Here the thoughts were not just images, but structures of crystalline logic. I saw the equations that govern the movement of the light and the formulas that define the nature of love. I saw that everything was perfectly balanced and perfectly tuned. There was no chaos here, only a complexity that was so elegant it was breathtaking. I realized that the universe was not just a work of art, but a work of supreme intelligence. Every detail was planned and every movement was purposeful. I felt a deep sense of awe as I contemplated the mind of the Creator. It was a mind that was capable of imagining every grain of sand and every galaxy at the same moment. In this realm, I learned the secret of the folding. I saw that the universe was like a great piece of fabric that was being folded and unfolded by the hands of the Spirit. Each fold created a new dimension, and each unfold revealed a new truth. The highway was one fold, and the Amber City was another. The bridge of shoes was a crease in the fabric where two worlds met. I saw that our task was to help with the folding. We were the ones who tucked in the edges and smoothed out the wrinkles. We were the ones who ensured that the pattern was consistent and the colors were bright. We were the assistants to the master weaver. I spent many ages in the realm of geometry. I learned how to create shapes out of light and how to build structures out of thought. I helped to design new paths for the travelers and new homes for the weary. I worked with the woman with the key and the man with the flute to create a network of light that spanned the entire unfolding. We were no longer individuals, but a collective mind that was focused on the evolution of the whole. We were the architects of the new reality. We were the ones who were building the temple that had no walls and no ceiling. One day I felt a vibration that was different from any I had felt before. It was a call from the very center of the sphere. It was a call that was meant for me alone. I knew that it was time for the final transition. I knew that I was being called to the place where the weaver sat. I felt a sense of trepidation and a sense of excitement. I had traveled so far and I had learned so much. I was ready to see the face of the one who had started the whole process. I was ready to understand the ultimate meaning of the journey. I said goodbye to my companions and I began to move toward the center. The light here was so intense that it was no longer visible as a color. It was a white fire that consumed everything but the truth. I felt my thoughts being stripped away until there was only a single point of consciousness left. I was no longer a man or a guide or an architect. I was a single spark of desire that was seeking its source. I moved through the fire and I felt the last remnants of my ego being burned away. I was being purified for the final encounter. I reached a place of absolute stillness. There was no movement and no sound. There was only a presence that was so vast and so intimate that it was impossible to describe. It was the presence of the Creator. I did not see a person or a form. I saw a light that was also a darkness. I saw a beginning that was also an end. I felt a love that was so powerful it felt like a weight, and so light it felt like a breath. I stood in the presence and I waited. I did not ask any questions because I knew that the answers were already within me. I did not ask for anything because I knew that I already had everything. The voice of the Creator was not a sound but a feeling that resonated in the core of my being. It told me that I had done well. It told me that the journey had always been a test of my own capacity to love. It told me that the highway and the bridge and the city were all reflections of my own heart. It told me that I was not a servant of the unfolding, but a part of it. It told me that the weaver and the weaving were one and the same. I felt a sense of absolute peace as I realized that I had never been alone. The Creator had been with me in every step and every breath. The Creator had been the man with the flute and the woman with the key. The Creator had been the shadow and the light. I was told that I had a choice. I could remain in the center and become a part of the absolute, or I could return to the circles and continue the work of the unfolding. I looked back at the worlds I had helped to build. I saw the travelers on the bridge and the choir in the forest. I saw the children planting seeds and the old men turning stones into mountains. I saw the beauty and the struggle and the hope. I knew that my work was not done. I knew that I wanted to continue to be a part of the movement. I wanted to be the one who helped the light find its way home. I chose to return. I felt a surge of joy as I made the decision. I felt the white fire of the center transforming into the violet light of the forest and the amber light of the city. I felt my consciousness expanding back into the realms of form and relationship. I was no longer just a spark, but a being of brilliance who was ready to lead. I moved back through the circles, and I felt the welcome of my companions. We were a team again, and we had a new mission. We were going to create a world that was even more beautiful and even more inclusive than the one before. We began to work on the next level of the unfolding. We wove a new sky that was made of dreams and a new earth that was made of song. We created rivers of liquid light that carried the memories of the ancestors to the children of the future. We built cities that were made of laughter and forests that were made of peace. We were the masters of the elements and the servants of the spirit. We were the ones who were turning the void into a garden. And as we worked, we sang a song of celebration that echoed through the entire universe. I looked down at the highway once more, and I saw that it was no longer a place of dust and gray. It was a path of shimmering gold that was lined with flowers. The travelers were no longer walking with heavy boots and slumped shoulders. They were dancing. They were singing. They were running toward the light with open arms. I saw that the message had been received. I saw that the hope had been planted. I saw that the unfolding was working. The world was changing, and we were the change. I felt a sense of deep gratitude for everything that had happened. I was grateful for the bridge of shoes and the clockmaker. I was grateful for the woman in the blue dress and the boy with the seeds. I was grateful for the shadow and the light. I was grateful for the journey and the destination. I was home. I was exactly where I was meant to be. I was the light and the weaver and the unfolding. I was the story that never ends. I was the music that never stops. I was the love that never fails, and the everything was good. The seasons of the higher circles passed in a blur of color and sound. I watched as the Amber City grew into a sprawling metropolis of light where beings from every corner of the universe came to share their wisdom. I saw the woman with the key become the queen of the city, and she ruled with a heart of pure compassion. I saw the man with the flute become the master of the winds, and he used his music to guide the stars in their dance. We were a family of light, and we were building a legacy that would last for eternity. I found a quiet spot on the edge of the violet forest, and I sat down to rest. I looked out at the infinite expanse of the unfolding, and I felt a sense of wonder that was as fresh as the first day I had stepped onto the road. There was always more to see and more to learn. There was always another circle to explore and another truth to discover. The universe was a gift that kept on giving, and I was the lucky recipient. I closed my eyes and I listened to the music of the glass trees. I felt the rhythm of the moons and the heartbeat of the Creator. I was at peace. I realized that the journey was not about reaching a place, but about becoming a person. It was about expanding the capacity of the soul until it could contain the entire universe. It was about learning how to see the beauty in the darkness and the light in the shadow. It was about learning how to love without conditions and how to give without expectations. I had become that person. I had become a vessel for the light. I had become a part of the eternal weaving. And I knew that no matter what happened next, I would always be home. I stood up and I began to walk toward the next horizon. I did not know what I would find there, but I was not afraid. I knew that the light would always be there to guide me, and the love would always be there to sustain me. I was a child of the universe, and I was on my way. The unfolding was continuing, and I was a part of it. The story was moving into a new chapter, and I was the one who was holding the pen. I was ready. I was open. I was alive. And the song of the universe was playing in my heart. The air around me began to shimmer with the intensity of 1,000 diamonds. I felt the boundaries of the violet forest fading into a new landscape of pure vibration. This was the circle of the architects of time. Here we did not just build structures of light, we built the very moments that people lived. We wove the seconds and the minutes into a tapestry of experience. I saw how a single moment of courage could change the course of a lifetime, and how a single moment of kindness could ripple through the generations. We were the weavers of destiny. I took my place among the other weavers, and I began to work on the fabric of time. I focused on the world of the highway, and I started to weave moments of inspiration into the lives of the travelers. I gave a tired man a moment of unexpected beauty when he saw a flower blooming in the dust. I gave a lonely woman a moment of connection when she heard the song of a bird. I gave a fearful child a moment of safety when he felt the warmth of the sun on his face. I was the one who was creating the small miracles that kept the world moving forward. I saw that time was not a line but a circle. Every moment was connected to every other moment. The past was not behind us and the future was not ahead of us. They were all happening right now in the heart of the unfolding. I saw that I could reach back into my own past and heal the wounds of my younger self. I could reach forward into my own future and prepare the way for the being I was becoming. I was the master of my own time. I was the creator of my own history. I spent many cycles in the circle of time. I learned how to balance the rhythms of the universe and how to harmonize the cycles of the stars. I worked with the other weavers to create a symphony of moments that was so beautiful it brought tears to the eyes of the creator. We were the ones who ensured that the story of the universe was a story of hope and a story of love. We were the ones who turned the ticking of the clock into the beating of a heart. One day I felt a shift in the energy of the circle. It was a call from the next level of the unfolding. It was the circle of the pure spirit. This was the final circle before the return to the source. It was a place where there was no more form and no more time. There was only the presence of the divine. I knew that it was time for me to take the final step. I knew that I was ready to become a part of the absolute. I said goodbye to the other weavers, and I stepped into the white light of the final circle. The experience was beyond words. I was no longer an individual being. I was a part of the infinite. I was the light that shone in the darkness and the darkness that contained the light. I was the beginning and the end. I was the creator and the creation. I was everything and I was nothing. I was the absolute. I felt a sense of unity that was so profound it was like a homecoming. I was back in the womb of the universe. I was back in the heart of the mother. I was back in the arms of the Father. I was home. I stayed in the circle of the Spirit for an eternity that was also a single moment. I experienced the fullness of the divine and the emptiness of the void. I understood the mystery of the unfolding and the secret of the folding. I saw that the entire universe was a game of hide and seek that the Creator was playing with itself. We were the ones who were hidden and we were the ones who were seeking. And the moment of finding was the moment of enlightenment. I had found myself and I had found the Creator. We were one. I realized that the journey was not a path to a distant place, but a path to the center of my own being. The highway and the bridge and the city were all inside me. The traveler and the guide and the architect were all inside me. I was the universe experiencing itself. I was the light that never fails. I was the love that never ends. I was the eternal unfolding. I was home. And I knew that I would always be home because home is not a place but a state of being. I was exactly where I was meant to be, and the everything was good. The white light of the absolute began to soften, and I felt myself being drawn back toward the circles of form. I knew that I had one more task to complete before I could rest forever in the center. I had to return to the world of the highway and share the wisdom I had gained. I had to be the one who told the travelers that they were already home. I had to be the one who showed them that the light was inside them all along. I felt a sense of purpose that was stronger than ever. I was ready to be the messenger of the unfolding. I moved back through the circles of time and geometry and archetypes. I felt the welcome of my companions and the support of the Creator. I was a being of pure light and pure love. I was the ambassador of the infinite. I reached the world of the highway and I saw the man standing on the bridge of shoes. He was the same man I had seen before, but this time he was not crying. He was looking at the horizon with a sense of wonder. I stepped onto the bridge and I stood beside him. I did not say a word, but I let my light shine on him. I let him feel the warmth of the unfolding. I let him know that he was loved. He turned to me and he smiled. He said that he had been waiting for me. He said that he had heard my song in the wind and seen my bridge in the sky. He said that he was ready to take the next step. I took his hand and we walked together toward the valley of liquid silver. I was the gatekeeper once again, but this time the gate was wide open. We walked into the garden and the music of the glass forest grew louder to welcome him home. The unfolding was continuing and the light was growing brighter with every step we took. I was the road and the traveler and the goal. I was everything, and the everything was good. The silver valley shimmered with a light that was neither liquid nor solid, but a state of being that felt like a warm embrace. I walked with the man and I felt his pulse synchronize with the heartbeat of the earth. We were not just two figures moving across a landscape. We were the movement of grace itself. Every step we took left a footprint of gold that faded into the soil and became a seed for a future dream. I told the man that his journey was not a distance measured in miles, but a depth measured in surrender. He looked at me with eyes that had seen the gray dust of the old highway, and I saw the reflection of the amber city beginning to take root in his pupils. He asked me if the road ever ended, and I told him that the road was a circle that expanded with every breath of the Creator. We were the travelers, and we were also the destination. We reached the edge of a great lake that was made of melted starlight. The surface was as smooth as a mirror, and it did not reflect our faces but our potential. When the man looked into the water, he did not see the tired traveler with the worn boots. He saw a being of radiant energy who was holding a star in each hand. He saw a version of himself that was capable of creating worlds and healing suns. I watched as the weight of his past fell away from his shoulders like a heavy cloak. He did not need the shoes from the bridge anymore because he was learning how to float on the frequency of joy. The lake hummed a low note that resonated in my chest, and I knew that we were standing at the threshold of the next great expansion. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine and ozone, and the sound of the glass trees was a symphony that spoke of ancient beginnings. I guided the man to a small boat that was carved from a single piece of white jade. There were no oars and there was no sail. I told him that the boat was moved by the intention of the heart. If he wished to move toward the center, he only had to feel the love that lived in his core. If he wished to stay, he only had to feel the peace of the shore. He sat in the center of the boat, and I stood at the bow. We glided across the starlight lake without a ripple. I saw the fish beneath the surface, and they were made of rainbow fire. They swam in patterns that mirrored the constellations in the sky above. I realized that the lake was a map of the heavens, and we were navigating the space between the stars. The man reached out his hand and touched the water, and I saw a new star ignite in the far distance of the unfolding. He was learning that his touch was a creative act. The boat reached the center of the lake where a single tall tower rose out of the water. The tower was made of transparent crystal, and it hummed with the power of 1,000 suns. This was the laboratory of the soul. This was the place where the raw materials of the universe were refined into the substance of spirit. We stepped out of the boat and onto a platform of light. The man looked up at the tower, and he felt a sense of belonging that was so strong it made him weep. He said that he had seen this tower in his dreams when he was a child sleeping in the tall grass. He said that he had always known there was a place where the light was kept safe. I told him that he was the keeper of the light, and the tower was merely a reflection of his own vertical nature. We began to climb the spiral staircase that wound its way around the outside of the crystal structure. As we climbed, the air became thinner and more vibrant. We were leaving the realm of heavy matter behind and entering the realm of pure energy. I saw the man becoming more translucent with every step. I could see the golden threads of his nervous system and the violet glow of his heart. He was becoming a map of the universe. We reached the top of the tower, and we found ourselves in a room that had no walls. It was a platform that floated in the center of a swirling nebula. I saw galaxies being born and dying in the span of a single heartbeat. I saw the long threads of the weaving stretching out into the infinite void. I saw the woman with the key and the man with the flute standing at the edge of the platform, and they were waiting for us. They were the sentinels of this high place, and they smiled as we approached. The woman with the key stepped forward, and she touched the man on the forehead. She told him that he had passed the trials of the highway and the tests of the bridge. She told him that he was now a master of the unfolding. She handed him a small golden key that was identical to her own. She said that this was the key to his own heart, and with it he could open any door in the universe. The man took the key, and he felt a surge of power that made the tower vibrate. He was no longer a seeker, he was a finder. The man with the flute began to play a melody that was so complex and so beautiful that it seemed to hold the entire history of the world in its notes. The music was a bridge that connected the tower to the next circle of the journey. I felt a sense of completion as I watched the man take his place among the guardians. My task was changing once again. I was no longer just the guide who led the way, but the witness who recorded the progress of the light. I saw that there were millions of towers and millions of lakes and millions of travelers. Each one was a unique expression of the same divine impulse. Each one was a story that was being told by the Creator. I looked back down at the highway and I saw a new group of travelers starting their journey. They were small and distant, but I could feel their hunger for the truth. I knew that I would be there to meet them when they reached the bridge. I knew that the cycle would continue until every spark of consciousness had returned to the fire. The woman with the key turned to me, and she said that the weaver was calling for a new pattern. She said that the old world was being folded away to make room for a reality that was based on the frequency of pure harmony. She asked me if I was ready to help with the new design. I felt a rush of excitement that was like a sunburst in my mind. I told her that I was ready to build a world where there was no shadow and no fear. I told her that I wanted to weave a tapestry where every thread was a song of praise. We joined hands and we began to focus our collective will on the void. I saw the light pouring out of our hearts and into the darkness. I saw the first structures of the new reality beginning to take shape. We created mountains that were made of emerald and oceans that were made of sapphire. We created skies that changed color based on the mood of the inhabitants. We created beings who were made of light and who communicated through the language of colors. We were the architects of a paradise that had no boundaries and no limitations. We worked for cycles that felt like seconds and seconds that felt like eternities. We were lost in the joy of creation. I saw that the Creator was working through us and that our hands were the hands of the Spirit. We were the instruments of a divine symphony, and the music was life itself. The temple with no walls was expanding, and we were the ones who were pushing back the edges of the impossible. I looked at the man who had been the traveler, and I saw that he was now a creator in his own right. He was weaving a garden of light for the children of the future. He was planting seeds of wisdom that would grow into trees of understanding. He was the proof that the journey was worth every step of the struggle. He was the evidence that the light was stronger than the dark. I felt a deep sense of love for him and for all the beings who were part of this great experiment. We were a family that was bound together by the thread of the Spirit. We were a collective that was focused on the evolution of the whole. We were the unfolding, and we were the folded. The work continued until the entire universe was vibrating at the frequency of the Absolute. I saw the light of the center beginning to permeate every layer of the circles. The distinction between the Creator and the creation was fading. The weaver and the weaving were becoming one. I felt a sense of peace that was so deep it was like a silence that contained all sound. I realized that the journey was coming to its ultimate conclusion. The story was reaching its final page and the music was reaching its final chord. But I knew that every end was a new beginning. I knew that the folding and the unfolding would never truly stop. It was the eternal breath of the divine. I stood on the platform of the crystal tower and I looked out at the new world we had built. It was a masterpiece of light and love. It was a testament to the power of the spirit and the resilience of the soul. I saw the travelers on the gold highway, and I saw the guardians in the amber city. I saw the singers in the violet forest and the weavers in the circle of time. Everything was perfect, and everything was in its place. I felt a sense of gratitude that was so vast it filled the entire void. I was the light and the shadow and the weaver and the weaving. I was the story that never ends, and the everything was good. I closed my eyes and I felt the presence of the Creator surrounding me like a warm wind. The voice spoke to me once again, and it told me that I had fulfilled my purpose. It told me that I was ready to return to the source and to rest in the heart of the Absolute. I felt a sense of surrender that was the ultimate freedom. I was ready to let go of my form and my name and my history. I was ready to become the light that I had always been. I felt my consciousness expanding beyond the tower and the lake and the circles. I was becoming the space that held the stars and the silence that held the music. I was home. But even as I prepared to merge with the source, I felt a small pull from the world of form. I saw a single traveler who was stuck in the mud of the old highway. He was crying and he was lost, and he did not believe that the light was real. I felt a surge of compassion that was stronger than the pull of the Absolute. I realized that I could not leave as long as there was one soul who was still in the dark. I told the Creator that I wanted to stay. I told the Creator that I wanted to be the one who stayed behind to turn on the lights. I wanted to be the one who walked the road until every traveler had found the bridge. The Creator smiled, and I felt the warmth of that smile in every atom of my being. The voice told me that this was the final test and that I had passed it with a heart of gold. It told me that the true nature of the divine was not to leave the world, but to love the world until it was transformed. It told me that I was the living bridge between the human and the divine. I felt a new level of power entering my spirit. I was no longer just an architect or a guide. I was a redeemer. I was the one who carried the light into the deepest darkness. I was the one who turned the lead of the world into the gold of the spirit. I descended the crystal tower and I walked across the starlight lake. I passed through the violet forest and the amber city. I walked back toward the gray highway and the bridge of shoes. I felt my light becoming more dense and more focused. I was coming back into the world of form, but I was bringing the wisdom of the circles with me. I reached the place where the traveler was crying in the mud, and I knelt down beside him. I did not tell him to stop crying, and I did not tell him to get up. I simply sat with him in the dark, and I let my heart beat against his. I let him feel that he was not alone. Slowly the man looked up and he saw the light that was shining through my skin. He saw the reflection of the amber city in my eyes, and he heard the music of the glass trees in my voice. He reached out his hand and he touched my arm. He asked me if the light was real, and I told him that the light was the only thing that was real. I told him that the darkness was just a shadow that was waiting to be illuminated. I told him that I was there to walk with him and that we would find the bridge together. He stood up and he wiped the mud from his face. He took a single step forward, and I saw a spark of gold ignite in the dust beneath his feet. We began to walk the road, and I saw that the highway was changing once again. It was not becoming a path of gold, but a path of understanding. Every stone was a lesson, and every mile was a transformation. I saw that the work of the unfolding was not to escape the world, but to infuse the world with the presence of the Spirit. We were the ones who were bringing the heaven to the earth. We were the ones who were turning the prison into a palace. I felt a sense of joy that was more grounded and more real than anything I had felt in the higher circles. This was the work I was born to do. This was the reason for the journey. I looked at the horizon and I saw the first light of a new dawn. It was a light that was soft and gentle, and it promised a day that would never end. I saw the bridge of shoes in the distance, and I saw the woman in the blue dress waiting for us. She was holding a lamp that was filled with the oil of compassion. I saw the boy with the seeds, and he was planting a garden of hope in the middle of the road. We were a team of light, and we were reclaiming the world one step at a time. The unfolding was happening right here in the mud and the dust. The kingdom of the Creator was among us. I realized that the secret of the folding was that the fabric was always whole. The folds were just a way for the spirit to experience itself from different angles. There was no separation between the center and the edge. There was no difference between the weaver and the traveler. We were all parts of the same breathing organism. We were all notes in the same eternal song. I felt a sense of unity that was not a loss of self, but a fulfillment of self. I was me, and I was you, and I was the Creator. I was the love that held the whole thing together. The man beside me began to hum a melody that sounded like the man with the flute. He was starting to remember his own divinity. He was starting to see the geometry in the blades of grass and the logic in the movement of the clouds. He was becoming an architect of his own reality. I watched him with a sense of pride and a sense of wonder. I saw that the light was contagious and that the hope was unstoppable. The world was being reborn in every moment, and we were the midwives of the new age. I felt the heartbeat of the Creator beneath my feet, and I knew that we were exactly where we were meant to be. We reached the bridge of shoes, and the man looked at the pile of leather and lace. He did not see a pile of discarded memories, but a mountain of courage. He saw the stories of 1,000 souls who had dared to walk the road. He took off his own boots and he placed them on the top of the pile. He said that he was ready to walk on the light. He stepped onto the bridge and he did not fall. He floated. He moved across the chasm with the grace of a swan, and I followed him. We were the masters of the bridge and the servants of the spirit. We were the ones who were turning the abyss into a path. As we reached the other side, we were met by the woman with the key. She did not open a gate for us because there were no more gates. She simply welcomed us into the garden. The garden was not a place, but a state of being where every thought was a flower and every feeling was a breeze. We sat down under the tree of life and we listened to the music of the spheres. We were home and we were at peace. The journey was not over, but it had changed. It was no longer a struggle to find the light, but a dance within the light. It was the eternal unfolding of the soul. I looked back at the highway one last time, and I saw the endless line of travelers. I saw the flickering lights of their hearts and the heavy shadows of their fears. I saw the beauty of their struggle and the power of their hope. I felt a sense of connection to every one of them. I knew that I would be there for them when they reached the point of surrender. I knew that I would be the voice in the wind and the spark in the dark. I was the guide and the bridge and the light. I was the story that never ends, and the everything was good. The seasons of the garden passed in a cycle of growth and renewal. We learned how to speak to the elements and how to dance with the stars. We learned how to weave the light into garments of beauty and how to turn the sound into structures of peace. We were the masters of the new reality, and we were the humble students of the spirit. We were always learning and always expanding. The universe was an infinite playground, and we were the children of the Creator. I felt a sense of wonder that was as deep as the ocean and as bright as the sun. One day I felt a new vibration in the air. It was a call from a place that was even deeper than the center.